what I shall do today is present the evolution of the policy which is presented to us by the coming visit of the President of China. The history of it, as I was personally involved in developing that policy over a long period of time, partly as a personal effort and later as an effort which began to make some impact on the shaping of the policies of the world during the course of the 1980s. The crucial thing to all of these parts of the world, whether it's Africa, South Asia, East Asia, is to provide to these sectors of the world the right to development. The right to development involves education, infrastructure development, and above all, the machine tool design capability without which you cannot have continuous sustainable development. You cannot simply go into a barren desert and set up a factory and expect to have a productive economy. You must first of all provide infrastructure, you must provide economic transportation, water management, power, and so forth. You must have educational systems, health systems, all of these infrastructural elements which are necessary for successful modern economy in that locality. That is, you must measure the density of infrastructure in terms of per capita of labor force, in terms of square kilometer of relevant area. The ability to transfer technology and to develop it depends upon the ratio of the number of persons employed productively in a machine tool sector industry to the total number of persons employed in the economy. There's a ratio of the rate of technological progress per capita in the machine tool sector as compared with the projected rate of technological progress per capita in the labor force as a whole. This is the key, the indispensable key to economic progress. Without it, you can't have it. Thus, that was the principle of the sector. That by developing land routes of efficient, high-speed transportation throughout Eurasia, and using these routes not only to support trade and industry, but to support the transmission at a high rate of the machine tool design sector into these countries, then and only then would it be possible to lift the greatest part of the world population, which is concentrated in South and East Asia, and also in Africa. Secondly, to lift these parts of the world out of the legacy of 19th century imperialism and the legacy of second-class citizenship in world affairs. Now, how did this happen? The key event, which is relevant to my role in this, occurred beginning December 1981 and to a period through 1984. In December 1981, I had run as a candidate for the Democratic presidential nomination in 1980 against Jimmy Carter. And thus, because of the position I had there, in that respect, as a former presidential candidate, pre-candidate, and because of other things I'd done, that it was decided by some people in the US government that it would be wise to have me as a private citizen respond to a Soviet probe which had requested that an additional back-channel discussion be set up between the Reagan administration and the Soviet government. So I agreed to undertake this exploratory discussion, but made one recommendation, which was conditional in the sense I said, if I'm going to be useful in this kind of discussion, there are certain things I should discuss which are of concern to me, which become the basis for this kind of exploration. I had been concerned for some time with two things. From my time of my military service in China, Burma, India theater during World War II, and I'd been concerned with establishing economic justice for the world after seeing Asia, and that had been my personal commitment. We must change affairs so that the so-called underdeveloped or former colonial regions of the world could participate in justice. And so I've been involved heavily with third world questions and had gotten myself into a great deal of trouble in certain circles because I had been an advocate of the Third World. At one time, the FBI was going to have the Communist Party of the United States assassinate me. There's a government document on that subject back in 1973 as a result of this kind of thing. But in this, the second thing I was concerned about was that the agreements on détente, which had been specifically reached during the course and aftermath of the 1962 missile crisis, were themselves a danger, a risk to civilization. That the system of détente, that is of nuclear mutual deterrence, had become the potential trigger for an accidental war. And that therefore we had to concern ourselves with this problem of ballistic missile defense. So this policy, which I had devised, which was part of my 1980 presidential campaign, a key, shall we say, plank in that campaign, was that the United States should propose to the Soviet Union and other powers that we agree on developing an efficient ballistic missile defense to be common to all powers, so that no longer would be faced the threat of thermonuclear extinction with no defense against thermonuclear warhead missiles. And that this collaboration among the United States, the Soviet Union, and other powers should be technological collaboration extended to all nations to the purpose of using these technologies, which were then called in diplomatic language new physical principles, to the benefit of the development of all mankind, with a special emphasis upon what is called then the developing sector. This was the policy which I used as the pivot of my exploratory discussions with the Soviet government during a period from February of 1982 through February of 1983. I had indications from the Andropov government that this would not be acceptable to Andropov, but they were interested in the economics. The President of the United States, various ways, adopted this idea as a good idea, President Reagan, through his people in the National Security Council with whom I was working. And on March 23rd, 1983, as you recall, the President of the United States brought in a concluding segment of his televised broadcast, announced what he called the Strategic Defense Initiative, whose content was to propose to the Soviet Union exactly what I had outlined to the Soviet government in my back-channel talks. That action by the President changed world history. It didn't change it the way I wanted it changed, because very soon the mice, including the Heritage Foundation mice, got at the operation and turned the SD around and changed its purpose. But that concept of using these most advanced technologies, which still exist potentially, and using these as the shared technologies, shared among various nations, technologies based on expansion of the world's machine tool design capability in terms of these new technologies, should be used for transforming the world into the kind of world which, among others, President Franklin Roosevelt intended to put into effect at the end of World War, had he lived to do so.
Señoras y señores, tengan ustedes muy buenas noches. A nombre del Comité de Finanzas, tengo la grata satisfacción de darles la más cordial bienvenida.
It is my pleasure to welcome you to the fifth session of this committee, wherein you will be witnessing an international internet conference transmitted from the United States of America, which we have titled International Finance and Economic Development for the Americas, with the participation of Mr. Lyndon LaRouche, Jr., international economist, financial expert, and a candidate for the Democratic nomination to the presidency of the United States of America.
We're in a situation in the world now which can best be described as being at the brink of a disintegration of the existing world financial system and monetary arrangements. This is not a matter of predicting the day of a crash. The crisis is systemic, it is not cyclical, and there is no possibility that the world system in its present form could survive the immediate period ahead. This is a result of a change which occurred especially since August of 1971, when the world abandoned a workable system set up by U.S. President Franklin Roosevelt, called the old Bretton Woods system. There were many injustices practiced, especially toward developing nations, under that system. But the system itself worked, with some reservations, up until about the middle of the 1960s. In 1971, President Nixon took the first step to end the condition of fixed currency rates or adjustable fixed currency rates by a floating exchange rate system. And since that time, the progress that was made in the United States, Europe, and to some degree elsewhere under the post-war monetary system ended. Since about 1971-72, in point of fact, the world has become generally poorer. We've been living off past capital investment, past real physical capital, draining it down. We've now reached the point, through a series of steps, at which the system is doomed. Now, what we have at the moment is a situation best compared to Germany in 1923, especially during the period from the spring and summer into the autumn of 1923. We're in that kind of situation now. Since especially 1997, with the troubles, so-called troubles in Asia, and then the crisis of mid-1998, the world has entered the terminal phase of this sick system. However, like the German authorities in 1923, the central banking systems and other institutions have been pumping monetary aggregate into the system at fantastic rates and looting everything in sight to maintain this. So therefore, we cannot exactly predict the day this system will collapse. Any accident can cause it to collapse. But generally, we can say this is going like the 1923 hyperinflation in Germany. The madmen will keep pumping the money in to try to keep the system afloat from one day to the next until the system simply disintegrates, or until some event in the meantime intervenes to bring the system down. Therefore, we must expect that we're going to have to face the reality of a general reorganization of the world financial and monetary and trade system in the near future. We will have to scrap globalization. We will have to return to a system of relatively fixed parities among currencies. And we're going to rely largely upon reestablishing the role of the perfectly sovereign nation state and its sovereign currency and monetary system as the partner or the system of partners which will build the new system. What we will have to do is to essentially revive the pre-1971 or pre-1966 type of Bretton Woods system on a global scale. And I would propose there are a number of differences that have to be included in that. First of all, we'll have to repeat the successful experience of the post-war period up till 1971, because that for us is a proven precedent of a workable system. Extending this system to include developing countries in a way we did not in the post-war period is one of the fundamental changes that have to be made. For example, I've emphasized that you cannot build a workable system without including major powers such as China and India as partners in managing the new monetary system. We're going to have to put much of the world through financial bankruptcy reorganization. Much of the world's debt, including the so-called derivatives and related debt, will simply have to be written off. This has now totaled well over $300 trillion of short-term debt in a world whose estimated global gross domestic product is in the order of 11 trillion. Obviously, you cannot carry this debt. Other debt will have to be organized, especially honorable debt, especially the debt of governments. However, we have to recognize, for example, as in the case of the states of the Americas, that under the floating exchange rate system, if you look at the figures, you find out that the nations of the Americas have paid more in debt retirement than they have received in total debt due to them formerly or in the subsequent period. This anomaly has developed precisely because every time there was a run on Ibero-American currencies in international markets, international authorities would come to these countries and tell them to devalue their currency and take other measures, but at the same time not devalue the debts which had been denominated earlier, the foreign debts. And therefore this rewriting of foreign debt and the issuance of new credit against this rewriting caused a debt crisis such that the Ibero-American states have paid more in debt retirement in the past 30 years than the total debt which is actually incurred by them. So much of this debt will have to be reorganized. The ideas of His Holiness Pope John Paul II for a Jubilee year will have to be examined as one of the measures. The other side of this is we're going to have to reorganize our approach to an economy. We're going to have to go through a fixed exchange rate system to an emphasis on long-term credit, not loans, but long-term credit, trade credit, by which, in particular, developing nations, which need capital imports, will be able to buy these on long-term credit of 1% interest per annum or that order, and with some grants as well, in order to incur capitalization in the order of 5 to 10 to 15, 20, or 30 years, as in the terms of long-term infrastructure. In other words, we must think about building up economies which could not pay such things now, to the point that in the future, through the increase of their productive powers of labor, they are able then to retire some of that capital debt incurred through these long-term extensions of low-cost credit. So therefore, we need that kind of a system. Also, we cannot do this under the present trends of globalization. You must have protectionist policies for all nations. Otherwise, they cannot guarantee the prices for their export commodities which will enable them to meet the old debts or reorganized debts and also carry the new debt incurred through long-term credit at low interest rates. Therefore, we must have a protectionist policy, particularly in respect to building up the infrastructure of countries which are largely importing countries, technology importing countries, to building up their agricultural systems through necessary capital technology imports, to building up their private businesses and their government businesses through these measures, to increase generally the productive powers of labor in these economies. And this means essentially, in my view, that countries such as the United States or the core countries of Western continental Europe, to some degree Russia, which has a large technological potential if it is mobilized, and Japan are going to have to specialize in building up their capacity to export high-grade technology goods and also exporting long-term credit to countries which are presently classed as developing or semi-developing countries. Therefore, we will need a new international division of labor. We're going to have to think in terms of 20 to 30 years of rebuilding and building the world economy. And under those conditions, we can prosper. We must, however, in the meantime, apply some new conceptions as to how to do our financial accounting. Instead of counting things merely in prices, money prices, we're going to have to think in terms of physical content and the functional nature of physical content of these of costs. Now, what I would do on the question of the Americas as such, under that arrangement, is, as I proposed back in 1982 in a book which was called Operation Juarez, which had some popularity in the hemisphere at that time, but not with Henry Kissinger, that what we should sponsor is a special monetary trade arrangement, within the Americas, among the states of the Americas, which the United States could co-sponsor. And on some general idea and agreement on development projects, we would then be able to write off paper on a long term at nominal charges and use otherwise unpayable debt as a negotiable asset, financial asset, which is then used for the purposes of facilitating these kinds of long-term investments and long-term credit structures. Now, for example, let's take the case of Peru concretely. Peru, anyone who's been there, as I have some years ago, knows exactly what infuriates me as an economist about seeing the condition of Peru. And when I look back to these aerial maps of what Peru was a long time ago, before the Spaniards arrived there, a long time before, we realize that this area, which is now considered semi-arid and undeveloped, can be developed. And if we look at the sources of water in the area, if we look at some of the undeveloped areas, the highland areas, we realize that Peru is an excellent investment proposition if it's given the means to build the infrastructure and also get the credit to develop the kinds of industries which fit its opportunities and which enable it to raise its productive powers of labor. Take an example of this. These institutions are generally associated with what's called Project Democracy or the National Endowment for Democracy. They're offshoots. The International Republican Institute and similar things on the Democratic Party side are of that species. Now, this I've known this group for a long time, and they're not exactly the people I'd recommend. For example, this is the same group which is pressing for legalization of drugs in the hemisphere, as in Colombia, for example. They would like to do the same in Peru. They would like to bail out Ecuador by using Ecuador in great trouble, bordering the Amazon region, to bring Ecuador into a functioning part of a big surge of cocaine and heroin production in this part of the world. They don't like Peru because they don't like the fact that the Peru defended itself against Sendero Luminoso and its offshoots so successfully some time ago under a president who I think has behaved courageously and correctly in that situation. This idea, anybody who proposes the legalization of drugs, as some people in the United States, including people associated with the Carter Group implicitly, are doing, or the International Republican Institute, in Colombia and elsewhere, are doing the same thing to the Americas, and to the United States too, but to the Americas, that the Palmerston and the British East India Company did to China in the 19th century. Palmerston's demand, which was the issue of the wars against China, was demand that the Chinese legalize drugs. The Chinese did so under gunboat pressures, and they destroyed China internally, and it took a long time before China was restored. The same thing is being done in the case of the Americas. So what they do is they take a government like the government of Peru, which defended itself ably with its military, with limited resources, against a major threat. It may not have eliminated the threat, but it brought it under control. And you compare the condition of Peru today with that in Colombia, where we know that our friends in Colombia had essentially the same ideas as the people in Peru, but in Colombia they weren't able to carry it out. In Peru they did. Some people cannot forgive Peru that. It's that simple. Now, this is an old problem in society. Until certain developments in Europe, that every form of society was based on the overlordship of the people of society by a small group of oligarchs. The oligarchs, with their trusted lackeys, treated the rest of the population as human cattle. And the greatest contribution of European civilization to that
I największą jakby wkładem cywilizacji europejskiej w tę część ludzkiej historii
came out of the classical Greek tradition in part. As example is the famous poem of Solon of Athens. The other thing was the development of Christianity.
Potem do tego doszła tradycja chrześcijańska.
And particularly as developed in the epistles of the Apostle Paul.
A zwłaszcza tradycja, która wychodzi z listów świętego Pawła.
Out of which we got a concept which originally was Greek, which was given in European civilization a Christian form, which was called in Greek agape.
Która po grecku nazywa się agape.
That is the law.
I to jest prawo.
That is natural law.
To jest naturalne prawo.
Therefore we say that in a crisis the obligation is the obligation to serve the common good. This is not merely fairness in a dispute.
To nie chodzi tutaj tylko o pewną uczciwość w dyspucie, w
This
sporze.
is the function of wiser men in society to lead society, to understand that what we must protect is not merely the rights of the living. We must protect the process of development upon which the continuation and betterment of society depend. Look at, for example, two nations on East and South Asia,
Popatrzmy na dwa narody w Azji Południowo-Wschodniej.
China and India.
Chiny i Indie.
China has the world's largest population.
Chiny to jest największa liczba ludności na świecie.
India has a population which will reach over 1 billion very soon.
Indie mają ludność, która bardzo szybko dojdzie do miliarda.
India has some high technology, but it also has a vast army of greatly poor.
Indie dysponują bardzo nowoczesną technologią w pewnych miejscach, ale z drugiej strony mają ogromną też armię bardzo, bardzo biednych ludzi.
China has developed high technology capabilities, but the future of the Chinese population depends upon the development of the inland areas and the desert areas and the mountainous areas.
Ale przyszłość Chin zależy od możliwości rozwijania interioru, a także, w tym także terenów pustynnych i terenów górskich w głębi kraju.
So these are countries which have some high technology capability, but not enough to meet the needs of their populations as a whole. If we're going to reorganize the world financial and economic system, what we would wish to do is take the areas which formerly have produced high technology, as in the United States, in Western Europe and Japan.
Tak jak w Stanach, w zachodniej Europie czy Japonii.
And increase our production of technology in cooperation with parts of the world that need this technology.
Trzeba zwiększyć wydajność tej nowej technologii we współpracy z tymi obszarami, tymi regionami świata, które takiej technologii potrzebują.
This will require long-term credit system,
To by wymagało kredytów długoterminowych,
generally reaching to a periods of 25 to 25 years, in other words, a generation.
Generalnie tak długich jak powiedzmy całe pokolenie, 20-25 lat.
This means interest rates, simple interest rates in the order of 1%.
Oznacza to, że oprocentowanie musiałoby być bardzo skromniutkie, rzędu 1%.
And long-term agreements, especially in infrastructure development and in new technologies. Think in the case of Poland, for example.
Popatrzmy na przypadek Polski.
How many revolutions have the Polish people fought to struggle for independence?
Ile tutaj rewolucji było, żeby się wybić na niepodległość?
Why did those fighters who died for that do that?
Dlaczego ci, którzy za to zginęli, to robili?
As instinct, like animals? No.
Instynkt mieli jak zwierzęta? Nie.
They fought to save the people and the nation. They were willing to sacrifice their lives.
Oni walczyli po to, żeby była z tego korzyść dla ludzi, dla narodu. Chcieli się poświęcić.
Without that, since the Mongol invasion, there would have been no Poland.
Gdyby nie to, to od czasów mongolskiej inwazji Polska by nie istniała.
And when you think of the people who did that, and you know many of them, and some of you were those people in the former time, the last Hitler period, and dealing with the recent regime here.
Macie bardzo wiele przykładów takich ludzi, jak się przypatrzcie w tył, ludzi, którzy walczyli za Hitlera, za okupacji, za ostatniej także reżimu.
It meant something. The life of the person who took the risk of doing that meant something to take that risk.
To przecież miało jakieś znaczenie. To, że ludzie byli gotowi poświęcić swoje życie w przeszłości, było rodzajem przekazu, jakiegoś komunikatu, który chcieli nam przekazać na temat znaczenia ich życia.
How many people today would stand up to the same challenge?
Ilu ludzi dzisiaj podjęłoby to samo wyzwanie?
So therefore, a great crisis is an advantage in it forces us and forces the little people to pay attention to what some of their leaders have been telling them.
Wielki kryzys jest w takim oglądzie, staje się pewną okazją, która budzi ludzi, która mówi właśnie tym ludziom, którzy sami na małość się skazali, że oto przychodzi czas, żeby coś zmienić i żeby posłuchać ich przywódców, że oni coś mają do powiedzenia, jeżeli tacy się pojawiają.
Great tribulations sometimes come as a blessing.
Chcę powiedzieć, że wielkie takie zaburzenia czasami pojawiają się jako rodzaj błogosławieństwa.
If there are prophets to awaken the people to what their true interest is. There's some people here in this room who would be very happy for Poland to make its own policy.
Zresztą to, że za siebie myśleć i własną politykę robić, to jest rzecz, za którą wielu tęskni. Tu w Polsce i myślę, że na tej sali jest wielu ludzi, którzy bardzo chętnie powitaliby sytuację, w której Polska mogłaby sama decydować o własnej polityce.
But it must ask the permission of the European...
Ale musicie prosić o pozwolenie Brukseli.
From the IMF, from
Poza
the
tym
European Union.
z Europy, z Zachodniej, z Międzynarodowego Funduszu Walutowego.
You want schools for your children, you have to get permission from the European Union.
Chcecie mieć cokolwiek zrobić, to musicie pytać o pozwolenie z Europy w tej chwili.
You want to have a currency, you have to get permission from the IMF.
Nie macie pieniędzy, chcecie mieć jakieś rozwiązania monetarne, musicie prosić o to pozwolenie z Międzynarodowego Funduszu Walutowego.
So our problem is, I've discussed in general terms, there is a solution for this mess. Put the thing through bankruptcy under what we call Chapter 11 principle of the United States.
A zatem, tak jak mówię, istnieje rozwiązanie jednak dla tej sytuacji. Otóż spróbujmy popatrzeć na zbliżający się kryzys jako na możliwość zadziałania w sytuacji bankrutującego systemu i zastosować do niej tak zwany rozdział 11 ustawy o bankructwie w Stanach.
Adopt a new policy of reconstruction centered on the idea of developing cooperation in Eurasia.
Pomyśleć o nowej polityce odbudowy, spróbować ją wmontować w koncepcję nowego rozwoju w skali całego megakontynentu euroazjatyckiego.
Develop the great cultural dialogue between Europe and East and South Asia.
Rozwinąć wielki dialog kulturalny pomiędzy Europą i Azją Wschodnią.
And do this with the idea that this is the way to organize a benefit for the entire world.
A przede wszystkim wyjść z taką ideą, jako że ona jest z korzyścią dla całego świata.
That is consistent with what we call the common good.
To się zgadza z ideą dobra wspólnego.
That's consistent with what John Paul II has called the common good.
To się zgadza z tym, o czym mówi papież Jan Paweł II, zasadą dobra wspólnego.
Therefore we should do it.
A zatem zróbmy to.
Where do we get the permission to do it?
Ale czy pozwolą to zrobić?
And in the meantime, what do we do?
Co w międzyczasie mamy zrobić?
Well, I'm an old fighter.
Ja jestem cały czas, walczę cały czas.
I'm impatiently patient.
Ale jestem niecierpliwie cierpliwy.
I'll continue the fight.
Dalej będę walczył.
I will not complain if we don't win tomorrow morning.
Nie będę się skarżył, jeżeli jutro nie zwyciężymy.
I'm determined we're going to win the war, though.
I'm determined to
win the war.
Aha, natomiast mam wolę wygrania wojny.
I can't tell you what day.
Nie mogę powiedzieć kiedy.
I can't promise.
Nie mogę obiecać.
I can tell you how we're going to win the war, though.
Mogę natomiast powiedzieć, w jaki sposób zamierzam wygrać tę wojnę.
And tell you to stay at it until we win.
I powiedzieć Państwu, żebyście trzymali się, dopóki nie zwyciężymy.
That, of course, is an old Polish custom.
To jest zresztą zgodne ze starym polskim zwyczajem.
That's why Poland exists. So therefore what we need is the clear ideas.
To, czego najpierw na początek potrzebujemy, to jasne idee.
We need the ideas that we would want to have from the prophets.
Idee, których nie otrzymamy od proroków.
We must work for those ideas in whatever way we can, day by day.
Musimy dla tych idei, te idee wypracowywać z dnia na dzień, cały czas, codziennie.
We must be prudent but bold at the same time.
Musimy być ostrożni, roztropni, ale jednocześnie otwarci cały czas.
We must be bold above all in the area of ideas.
Przede wszystkim musimy być uczciwi w zakresie idei.
And we must see ourselves as merely a part of humanity which has been on this planet for a long time.
Musimy patrzeć na siebie jako na taką część ludzkości, która na tej planecie jest już od bardzo dawna.
And we must look at ourselves as this part of humanity as God looks at this part of humanity.
I musimy patrzeć na siebie jako na tę część ludzkości, tak jak i Bóg na nas patrzy.
We must say, what does God say our mission is for existing in our time?
Musimy zdać sobie sprawę z tego, jaka jest misja powierzona nam przez Boga na egzystencję w tym czasie.
And we must accept that responsibility with joy.
I musimy z radością zaakceptować taką odpowiedzialność, jaka z tego wynika.
I think we can win soon.
Sądzę, że wkrótce zwyciężymy.
The main thing is to have fraternity among us, among nations.
Najważniejsze jest, żebyśmy mieli braterstwo i taką szczerość między sobą, między narodami.
And share with John Paul II.
I dzielili ją z Janem Pawłem II.
The idea which he's expressing in action now.
Ideę, która wyrażana jest w tej chwili w działaniu.
God looks at us in our time.
Bóg na nas patrzy w naszych czasach.
What is our mission in our time?
Jaka jest nasza misja?
Let that be our joy. Thank you.
Sprawmy, żeby była radością naszą.
Regarding your prescription for the future, first of all, I fervently wish that we see you in the White House in 2004. That in that high position you will help implement the ideas which you mentioned about nation state in your concluding part of the address.
Thank you very much. Now, 20 years later, the world has changed. It was done specifically with the idea Mrs. Gandhi was then Prime Minister. And our intent was to provide through her, we've had discussions before in earlier times, and it seemed that the most useful thing we could do for India, since she was disposed to know about such things, was to provide something that she and her associates could use in India to devise a plan for India, because we thought that the long-term view was needed. And we saw that about 2 generations be required to realize anything that India would accept as a long-term view. And she, of course, was sympathetic, because she would always look at the poor of India as her reference point. If it doesn't benefit the poor, there's something wrong. And that's my view. If it doesn't benefit the poor of India to elevate their station, we fail. If you benefited the poor and uplifted them, well, then you're moving the whole country in the right direction. And because we would see things as Mrs. Sassman pointed out to us at one of the villages we visited. You can see the problem of the teachers in trying to get the parents to accept that bringing the children to the schools, which the schools teachers were devoted to trying to help these students, these young fellows. So that in order to make the revolution in India that was required, you would have to actually motivate a process in which education would really take off and people would understand the importance of supporting it. So we said 40 years, and some of the things that are required, there were 2 or 3 generations required. So it's still relevant. I would I would simply situate it the same way of thinking with some of the same objectives today. My view of relations is largely a spiritual one, in my sense of the term spiritual. And that is the cognitive powers of mind must be engaged. You must engage in transmitting concepts back and forth, not just words, not information. And my concern has been to establish relations, re-establish relations with people who think, who are the thinkers, typical thinkers of India, knowing that the radiation of thinking among thinking people is the way in which science works and which politics really works. And therefore I was more concerned to have the opportunity to report on certain things which I thought Indians ought to hear from me, because I'm prepared to tell the truth, whereas some other people from my country are not. And the Indians should have the advantage of hearing some of the truths of the matter, so they could judge for themselves how to look at some of these problems. So mainly that, spiritual. What do we think? To engage, to set forth channels for the future where we're more efficiently engaged in communicating ideas which might lead to useful results. My view is Russia is a Eurasian nation. It is not simply in Europe and Asia, but it is Eurasian in character. It has Eurasian instincts as a nation, as a national body. It has ties to Russia, to China, to India, to other countries, which are crucial, which are unique. That doesn't mean that India and China always agree with Russia, but it means it's a bridge country between Western Europe and the countries of East and South Asia. And therefore, in a sense, my concern is to get Russians to adopt that view, and thus to help to bring together, for example, let's say the question of bilateral relations between China and India, which are much discussed here, and I suppose are much discussed in China as well. How do you deal with the fact that, especially since 1962, there has been a continuing sense of a potential military conflict between Russia and China, China and India, which affects all of us? How do you bring these nations together? How do you define a common interest over and above this continuing issue of conflict?
I must introduce myself as Professor Kaushik said. Jagdeep Yadav, former Union Minister, ex-member of Parliament, as my friend K.R. sitting by my side. I think that you are visiting India after 20 years. 17 years. Even that is a very high. I wish you could visit more often to this part of the world, not only India, Russia, Southeast Asia, China. Because as you rightly said that this part of the world will play a very important role in shaping the new just economic order.
What I shall do today is present the evolution of the policy which is presented to us by the coming visit of the President of China. The history of it, as I was personally involved in developing that policy over a long period of time, partly as a personal effort and later as an effort which began to make some impact on the shaping of the policies of the world during the course of the 1980s. The intent of London, the intent of the British Commonwealth, is to do to China what they did to the Soviet Union. That's their policy. Above all, they do not wish to allow the United States to enter into a partnership with China, which is an alliance, in effect, among two nations seeking to find global stability and global economic growth. And thus China is besieged and threatened on every border. That's changing. What's happened in Taiwan recently with George Soros and company collapsing the Taiwanese economy as he participated in collapsing the Southeast Asia economies has had a political effect in Taiwan. But from every part of Asia, we can trace British intelligence operations, supported in part by some scoundrels from the United States, such as George Bush and his brother Prescott, which are attacking China, trying to destroy it. You have a pro-British faction in Japan, which wants to make trouble. You have in the Congress, members of the Congress who never had a passport before the end of the Congress. And they're now trying to make foreign policy. Most of them don't even know where countries outside the United States are. But they have strong opinions on the subject. Their ignorance strengthens their opinion. There's instability in Central Asia. It's a cockpit of trouble. There are threats to China from all around it, launched largely by British intelligence and by the British Commonwealth operations. So China's a besieged nation. Okay, now I'll have played briefly a section from a televised press conference which I conducted in Berlin on Columbus Day, October 12th, 1988, at the Bristol Kempinski Hotel. This is the same televised press conference which was later rebroadcast in the United States during October the same month as part of a nationwide campaign, election campaign, my campaign. This is the actual genesis. This broadcast and what led into it is the actual genesis of the program I've just described or identified, and is the genesis of the policy thinking which must go into the design of the agreements reached between the President of the United States and the President of China. Proceed.
Under the proper conditions, many today will agree that the time has come for early steps toward the reunification of Germany, with the obvious prospect that Berlin might resume its role as the nation's capital. For the United States, as for Germans and Europe generally, the question is, will this reunification process be brought about by assimilating the Federal Republic into the East Bloc's economy or economic range of influence, or can it be accomplished in a different way? In other words, is a united Germany to come into being as a part of Europe from the Atlantic to the Urals, as President de Gaulle proposed, or as Mr. Gorbachev has desired, a Europe from the Urals to the Atlantic? I see the possibility that the process of unification could occur precisely as de Gaulle proposed.
What I'd forecast at that point was that in the remainder of that address is that during the coming months that we would see the disintegration of the former Soviet bloc for economic reasons. This disintegration would begin politically in Poland, would spread through Eastern Europe, and that the United States and Western Europe must prepare for this process of disintegration of the Soviet-dominated economic zone, and that the United States must support the early reunification of Germany under these conditions, and that proposal should be made in the context of offers by the United States and others to assist the states of Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union in economic recovery by helping them correct some of the faults in their system. It happened, as we know, the following year. At that point, I turned to my wife, and Helga, and we discussed the implementation which had to be, this is the point the wall was beginning to crumble, the measures which must be taken by the United States and Europe, Western Europe, in order to deal with the disintegration which is ongoing in the former Soviet bloc. The proposal that came from that first was called the European Triangle Proposal. There we have that. That there is an area in Western Europe, an approximate spherical triangle whose key points, whose vertices, are Paris, Vienna, and Berlin. This is the historic, represents the historic concentration of infrastructural and related economic and technological development in Europe, which has been the greatest in the world. Here was embedded, at that time in 1988, 1989, was embedded the greatest potential for machine tool technologies, radiation from Europe into Eurasia. And my proposal was the United States had to enter into an agreement with these nations of Europe in order to establish partnership with this triangle zone in order to extend development corridors based on transportation corridors, including the technology of magnetic levitation rail, or rail substitute, into St. Petersburg, into Moscow, etc., down through Italy and so forth, and beyond, as a great development project. And therefore, the crucial thing to all of these parts of the world, whether it's Africa, South Asia, East Asia, is to provide to these sectors of the world the right to development. The right to development involves education, infrastructure development, and above all, the machine tool design capability without which you cannot have continuous sustainable development. Thus, that was the principle of the sector. That by developing land routes of efficient, high-speed transportation throughout Eurasia, and using these routes not only to support trade and industry, but to support the transmission at a high rate of the machine tool design sector into these countries, then and only then would it be possible to lift the greatest part of the world population, which is concentrated in South and East Asia, and also in Africa. Secondly, to lift these parts of the world out of the legacy of 19th century imperialism and the legacy of second-class citizenship in world affairs.
Свою роль мы представляем нашему уважаемому гостю Линду Ларучу. There are two things which are concern to me in being in Russia this week.
Дело в том, что я на этой неделе нахожусь в России, меня волнуют две проблемы.
Not only in Russia, but in the world as a whole, we have the greatest crisis of the 20th century.
Не только в России, а во всем мире в целом мы видим развитие самого крупного кризиса 20 века.
I think you are acquainted with the situation in the former Soviet Union.
Я думаю, что вы хорошо знакомы с ситуацией в бывшем Советском Союзе.
It's a disaster. It cannot continue. It would become irreversible. Those of you, like my friend Bobisk, who are veterans of World War II,
Если вы такие же, как мой друг Побис, который является ветераном войны,
lived through a certain experience.
и это означает, что это означает определенный жизненный опыт.
Experience of the 20s, 1920s.
Это опыт, который пережили мы в 20-е годы,
As boys,
когда мы были еще мальчишками.
lived through the 1930s as adolescents.
Потом мы были подростками в 30-е годы.
Lived through the war.
Мы пережили войну.
Served in uniform.
Мы служили в армии.
And the post-war period.
И мы пережили послевоенный период.
Now the world as it's known to people who were born after the war,
Мир в том виде, который он известен людям, родившимся после Второй мировой войны,
is absolutely different than those of us who lived through the Depression and war.
совершенно отличается от того мира, которым он был во время депрессии и во время Второй мировой войны.
In our time,
giants compared to what came after.
Во время депрессии и во время Второй мировой войны мы были гигантами по сравнению с тем, чем мы стали позже.
And take two examples. Take Russia and the United States.
Возьмем лишь два примера. Возьмем Россию и США.
In the 1939, the United States had been through a depression for 10 years.
К 1939 году США уже десятый лет переживали депрессию.
We had mass unemployment.
У нас была массовая безработица.
We had misery.
У нас были очень несчастные люди.
We had people who had gone more or less insane because they had lost their dignity.
У нас некоторые люди сошли в какой-то степени с ума, потому что они потеряли свое собственное достоинство.
People with advanced degrees and sciences couldn't get jobs, hardly as dishwashers.
Люди, у которых имелись университетские степени в естественных науках, не могли получить соответственную работу, им приходилось мыть посуду.
In 1939-1940, Roosevelt launched the United States on a great industrial development program.
А в 1939 и 1940 году Рузвельт принял кампанию и начал осуществлять кампанию индустриального развития, национального индустриального развития.
It was for purposes of war.
Для целей войны.
We took 17 million people out of the labor force and put them in uniforms, military service.
17 миллионов людей из производственного сектора перешли в армию и надели военную форму.
Women replaced them in the factories.
А на заводах их заменили женщины.
In 4 years, from a bankrupt United States, we created the greatest industrial machine on this planet.
И за 4 года из страны банкрота США создала очень мощную мощную экономическую машину.
After the initial defeat in 1941,
после первых поражений 1941 года
a similar, more agonizing experience occurred in the Soviet Union.
Аналогичный агонистический опыт был пережит и в Советском Союзе.
People with their bare hands made an industrial war machine.
Люди просто одними руками создавали индустриальную военную машину.
For every Wehrmacht soldier who died on the Russian front, 10 Russians died.
И одного немецкого солдата вермахта, который умирал, умирали 10 человек российских, советских военных.
It was a great, heroic mobilization.
Это была великая героическая мобилизация.
It was not pretty.
Это все не очень здорово выглядело.
It was monstrous.
Это выглядело совершенно жутко.
It was war at its most intense.
Это была ужасная интенсивная война.
Yet the beautiful thing was that people were capable of doing it.
Но самое хорошее, что стало ясно, это то, что люди могли это все осуществить.
And then in the immediate period after the war.
А теперь и также за периодом, который последовал непосредственно после окончания войны.
Peace came, but there was no peace.
Мир пришел с одной стороны, с другой стороны мира не было.
The ruined country was rebuilt with bare, bleeding hands by hungry people.
И разрушенная страна была восстановлена чисто руками людей, которые еще не всегда были сыты.
So people who lived through that experience, as in the United States or Russia,
И люди, которые пережили это как в США, так и в России,
know what people and nations can do in the face of a crisis like that we face today. What was this based on? The progress before former progress.
на чем же основывался прогресс до сегодняшнего дня?
Two things.
На двух вещах.
The universalization of education, or movement in that direction.
Введение всеобщего образования или, во всяком случае, работа в этом направлении.
The first standard of ability of freedom is the ability to read and write.
Первый уровень, первая обязательная, так сказать, предпосылка свободы – это умение читать и писать.
that is to communicate ideas.
То есть, иными словами, возможность передавать свою мысль, излагать свою мысль.
The second standard is a process of education in which the student relives in the mind the greatest discoveries of principle of history before.
The second principle, это такой модель образования, когда ученик создает в своем сознании первое открытие, сделанное величайшими учеными.
Because a child who relives the great discoveries, reenacts in the child's own mind the great discoveries in geometry and other things of the past thousands of years, is reliving the experience not only of the storehouse of human knowledge, but is learning how to discover.
Дело в том, что ребенок, который переживает или проходит через этапы открытия, которое было сделано, может быть, несколько лет назад, он проживает практически пятитысячную историю цивилизации, которая насчитывает 5000 лет. И он не только приобщается к этим открытиям, он понимает, как нужно делать это, каким образом делается открытие.
A student who memorizes the mathematics physics textbook is probably not good for physics.
Человек, студент, который лишь запоминает содержимое учебника по физике и математике, может быть, и не очень хороший студент, может быть, он не годится для физики.
The student who works through in his own mind the crucial discoveries of principle in physics is a physicist.
А тот студент, который в своем уме проживает и проходит, повторяет тот опыт, который прошел открыватель того или иного закона, как раз он и является хорошим физиком.
He has not just learned ideas, he has learned how to discover.
То есть он выучил не только идеи, он понял, как делается открытие.
And this was called a classical humanist education.
И это называлось классическим гуманитарным образованием.
So, when you have a great number of children
И когда мы имеем большое количество детей,
with that kind of education,
вот с образованием такого рода,
in a society which offers them the opportunity to use that education,
и они живут в обществе, которое предоставляет им возможность использовать, применять это образование,
both to participate in production
как участвовать в производстве
and to participate in running the society,
и участвовать в управлении обществом,
participate in making the policy of the society by discussing the policy.
Позволяет участвовать в разработке политики этой страны и в принятии решений по политике.
Then no longer is a peasant an ox.
Тогда уже крестьянин не остается быком.
He becomes a creative personality
Он становится творческой личностью,
who can increase the productive powers of not only himself but his neighbors.
который может увеличить производственные силы, потенциал не только самого себя, но и своих соседей.
And thus, these ideas of education around discovery and art, discovery and science, the idea of using these discoveries to improve the power of man over nature, to investment in scientific and technological progress. This is the difference between man and the beast.
И вот эти просветительские идеи, которые заключаются в том, что человек учится делать открытия, человек получает образование как гуманитарное, так и в науке, именно это дает человеку власть над природой. И именно это отличает человека от животного.
For example, remember when Kennedy announced the U.S. space program, man landing on the moon.
Помните, когда Кеннеди объявил американскую космическую программу о высадке человека на Луне?
Remember in Russia, Sputnik in 1957.
Помните российский спутник, 1957 год?
Remember the optimism of hearing that silly beep.
Вы помните оптимизм, который был связан вот с этим сигналом, который подавал спутник?
Remember the optimism among the U.S. population when Kennedy announced the man landing on the moon.
И помните, какой был оптимизм американского населения, когда Кеннеди объявил программу высадки на Луне?
Remember the excitement in 1969 when man first stepped foot on the moon.
И помните, какое было волнение в 1969 году, когда нога человека первый раз ступила на Луну?
Look at that statue of Yuri Gagarin.
И посмотрите на статую Юрия Гагарина.
Remember when it was put up and why?
Помните, когда ее поставили и почему?
because it was a source of inspiration to the Soviet population.
Потому что это был источник вдохновения для советского
It
населения.
made it good to live in such times. If we can be conscious of this and what these things mean, I
Если бы
think
мы
we can win.
осознали это и понимали, что все это значит, я думаю, что мы могли бы выиграть.
That's the main purpose of my work here.
И это основная цель моей работы в вашей стране.
Может быть, попросим ответить на вопросы господина Ларуша, если такие есть. Да, пожалуйста.
Раз Васильевич, если бы были такие кандидаты в президенты в России.
If only there were candidates for
До чего мы не видим подобного? Вот таким.
Я думаю, что ваш великий друг, товарищ Побис Кузнецов, я назову его фамилию, потому что вы ее не назвали.
And I think that your friend, Pobis Kuznetsov, and I mentioned his name, which you didn't say.
Я думаю, что он подтвердит, что был такой на земле, на советской земле, великий человек.
I think he will back me up in saying that there was in the Soviet Union a great man
Его зовут Александр Александрович Фетисов.
named Fekisa.
Он рожден был в 12 году.
He was born in 1920.
Он воевал в Японии,
And he fought on the front against Japan.
Он был моряк.
He was a Navy man.
Он был начальником службы тыла Тихоокеанского флота.
He was the head of the rear services for the Pacific.
А потом он занялся системным анализом.
After which he went into systems analysis.
У меня вопрос. Все, кто занимается системным анализом, это плохие люди?
My question is, are all people who do systems analysis bad people?
No, they're just white people who drink too much whiskey. But the distinction is this.
Значит, ключевое различие заключается в следующем.
The point is that you have today most mathematicians, when they get their doctoral degree in mathematics, pure mathematics, go insane if they haven't done it before.
Дело в том, что в основном сегодня математики, которые пишут и получают докторскую степень, они чистые математики. Они в основном сходят с ума, если с ними этого не произошло раньше. Почему?
The question of development takes you outside of mathematics.
Вопрос развития выводит вас за пределы математики.
You take the last words of Riemann's famous habilitation dissertation.
Давайте возьмем последние слова докторской диссертации Римана, квалификационной диссертации Римана.
To deal with the questions of development, you must leave the Department of Mathematics and go into the Department of Physics, experimental physics.
Для того, чтобы правильно рассмотреть вопрос развития, вам надо выйти за пределы математики и перейти уже в область физики.
And when you have proven a physical principle,
А когда вы доказали физический принцип,
you come back to mathematics and you change it.
вы возвращаетесь к математику и изменяете
You
ее.
make a new mathematics.
И вы создаете новую математику.
But you cannot derive physics from mathematics. You must derive mathematics from physics.
Бывает физика без математики. Бывает и физика без математики.
Is there any physics without mathematics?
Yes.
Для того, чтобы получить на нее ответ.
Doesn't it think you that you've taken the path of narrowing the question area so that an answer can be achieved?
No. No, the point is that it all, as you know, in all scientific work, the ultimate thing is to reduce the issue before you to a simple test of measurement.
Дело в том, что в каждой научной работе очень важно сократить. Существенным является поиск способа измерения.
Now the question of measurement is man.
А вопрос измерения является человеком.
For example, how do we know something is true?
Ну, например, как мы знаем, что является что-то правдой или нет?
Formally, I can describe, and many have done that, describe exactly as Riemann does, how you can develop a system of scientific progress in a formal sense?
Например, с формальной точки зрения можно сделать так же, как и Риман. Как можно описать прогресс с формальной точки зрения? Да?
But what's the standard of that?
Каков стандарт? Каков
How do you measure scientific progress?
Как вы измеряете? Какая единица измерения научного прогресса?
You are measuring not nature. You're measuring man's ability to conquer nature.
Вы измеряете не природу, вы измеряете способность человека обуздать природу.
Therefore, the test of whether the human cognitive apparatus is a reliable instrument for conquering nature.
То есть, или вопрос заключается в том, являются ли познавательные способности человека адекватной оружием для покорения природы.
What is the test? The test then comes out.
В чем же заключается испытание? В чем же заключается?
It comes out as a physical economic test.
Это физико-экономический тест.
And we increase mankind's power over the universe by this discovery.
То есть увеличили мы власть человека над природой, получив вот это открытие.
And we increased man's power to exist.
Увеличили мы способность или силу человека к выживанию.
And we increased life expectancy.
Увеличили продолжительность жизни.
And we improved demography.
Улучшили мы демографическую.
And we improved function of the individual.
Улучшили мы функции индивида.
A higher quality individual who lives longer, who is more productive.
То есть это человек, индивидуум более высокого качества, который более продуктивно работает и будет дольше жить.
Is it a method which preserves the achievements of past generations for the benefit of the future?
И сохраняет ли этот метод достижений предыдущих поколений для того, чтобы их использовали последующие?
So man is the measure.
То есть человек является.
I think we have to establish one point, which is fundamental.
Все монетаристы говорят альтернативы монетарной теории нет.
All the monetarists repeat constantly, there is no alternative to monetary.
Вот нужно именно, когда нет альтернативы, говорить, есть альтернатива.
We need to be able to say quite clearly when they say there is no alternative, to reply there is an alternative, it's physical economy. That's very natural.
Естественно-научный подход.
This is a natural scientific approach to a social economic system.
The vast territory of Siberia and Russia in general, which has an extremely low population density, and with modern technology can become habitable, even the Arctic region, of course, with enough energy.
Дело в том, что мы можем взять территорию Сибири или в России страну, у которой очень низкая плотность населения, и современными, при наличии современных технологий все эти огромные пространства можно сделать обитаемыми.
It cannot become economically habitable without large-scale transportation networks.
Но с точки зрения экономической, эти регионы не могут стать обитаемыми без наличия хорошей системы транспорта.
And a transportation system must not only have a geographic destination, it must have an economic destination.
И транспортная система должна иметь не только географическую точку прибытия, но также экономическую точку прибытия.
So the way to develop Siberia is by having transportation links to South Asia and to China, which are the great concentrations of world population.
Дело в том, что можно развивать Сибирь, прокладывая через нее дороги в Южную Азию и в Китай, в котором огромное население.
This is strategically necessary for peace on the continent of Eurasia under present and coming conditions.
What's the solution? As I said at the outset, the problem today is denial. People are afraid. They're afraid of power. They're afraid of the power of the IMF. They're afraid of the power of the United States. And therefore, they say we have to play by the generally accepted rules among the nations of the IMF and by the United States. Therefore, when you try to solve a problem, you say, we have to find a solution within the rules. You can't violate the rules. You've got to find an alternative within the rules. But what I've indicated to you, there are no solutions within the rules. This has been a long-term process of decadence, of culture and economy. We no longer have the kind of leaders in politics we had 20 years ago or earlier. Our people coming out of our universities do not have the competence of people coming out of the universities a generation ago. We are in a decadent culture, a decadent system, which is destroying us. And you're not going to find solutions in a system which has shown that its axioms, the definitions, axioms and postulates of the system, ensure destruction. But people say, but you've got to go by the rules. What are the rules? The rules are precisely the rules, the axioms, the definitions, the postulates which have destroyed us. Why can't we change the rules? Aren't we human beings? Don't we represent nations which have get this out of the first chapter of Genesis. Is man and woman not made equally in the image of the creator of the universe and endowed with these powers? Do not we have the authority above anything on this planet to change the rules? We have the power. That's what sovereignty means. Sovereignty means the power to make the rules by which we can survive. That doesn't mean we can make any rules we want to. It means we have to have responsibility and competence. But we have the right to deliberate. We in the United States are in a mess, a terrible mess.
Nós nos Estados Unidos estamos em uma bagunça tremenda.
We have great power still, but it's a sham. A sham.
Somos hoje uma grande potência, mas, na verdade, tudo isso é uma fraude.
Without a revival of the economies of the South and Central America, the United States cannot work its way out of its own onrushing depression.
Como a maioria dos países da América Central, os Estados Unidos não podem sair sozinhos dessa confusão em que se meteram.
Either we shall sail together or we shall sink together.
Ou nós nos salvamos juntos, ou nós vamos pro buraco juntos.
And what I can hope to contribute most of all, apart from what I do inside the United States and elsewhere,
E o que eu espero poder contribuir de tudo que eu sei do que está se passando nos Estados Unidos em toda a parte,
is to try to provoke among us as nations a dialogue on these great issues.
É tentar provocar entre nós um diálogo entre nações, um diálogo entre tradições.
We must not have a hegemonic system.
Não temos que ter um sistema hegemônico.
A slave is a poor worker.
Um escravo é um trabalhador fraco, um trabalhador ruim.
If you cannot evoke the willpower and creative mentality of a nation's people, you cannot get much good out of them.
Se você não pode provocar o poder criativo, o poder da vontade nas pessoas, não se pode esperar nada delas.
Some may be more powerful, some smaller and weaker.
Algumas poderão ser mais poderosas, mais fortes, outras poderão ser mais fracas, mais débeis.
But all must be treated as personalities with equal rights.
Mas todas devem ser tratadas como personalidades com direitos iguais.
From each we must demand the same thing. They muster their creative power to help solve problems.
E da mesma forma elas devem desenvolver capacidade de resolver os seus próprios problemas.
We need above all a community of ideas, a community of principle.
Precisamos acima de tudo uma comunidade de ideias, uma comunidade de princípios.
We want to eliminate all kinds of supranational control over any nation among us.
Temos que eliminar todo e qualquer tipo de controle supranacional sobre as nações de todo o mundo.
And finally, look at Brazil.
Finalmente, olhem para o Brasil.
This wonderfully large, virtually untouched wilderness.
Esta magnificamente grande e virtualmente intocada imensidão.
With some concentrations of development, but vast undeveloped areas.
Com algumas áreas desenvolvidas, mas vastas áreas subdesenvolvidas.
Symbolized by the sheer might of the Amazon River.
Simbolizadas pela grandeza da bacia amazônica.
If you look at the Amazon region from the standpoint of the great Russian scientist Vygotsky, who defines the terms biosphere and noosphere.
Se vocês olharem para a grande região amazônica, sob o ponto de vista do que o grande cientista russo Vladimir Vernadsky definia como a biosfera e a noosfera,
you have a sense of the great power for the future implicit in the development of that in a scientifically sound and rational way.
Vocês poderão ter uma ideia, um sentido do enorme potencial de desenvolvimento daquela região ainda em grande parte inexplorada.
That is one of the great projects of development for the planet as a whole.
Esse é um dos grandes projetos de desenvolvimento para o planeta como um todo.
And it should be a source of inspiration to all Brazil about what this nation can do.
Isso deveria se tornar uma fonte de inspiração para todos os brasileiros sobre o que esse país pode se tornar.
And the United States should be very happy to have such a partner.
E os Estados Unidos deveriam se tornar muito felizes em ajudar tal empreendimento. Muito obrigado.
I wish to extend my gratitude to the Institute, to the Center, and to His Highness for the invitation to be here with you today. My subject is the Middle East as a strategic crossroads. The world has come to a crossroads in modern history. If the world were to continue along the pathway currently chosen by my government and some others, civilization will be plunged for as long as a generation or more into a global dark age comparable to that which struck Europe 7.5 centuries ago. We must not pretend that that danger does not exist. We must commit ourselves to the hopeful alternative which wise governments would prefer. Therefore, I shall speak frankly but optimistically of a second crossroad, the Middle East. Whatever U.S. policy might appear to be now, the reality of the present world economic crisis will probably force some sweeping changes in U.S. policy and thinking during the near future. There is no hope for the economic revival of the United States from the present world crisis without precisely such cooperation in the land transport-based development of the Eurasian and African continents as a whole. If the U.S. is to find a solution to the inevitable early collapse disasters caused by its present policies, this must include a special role for the Middle East. The approach to a solution to that strategic crisis does not lie in oil as such, but in the way petroleum production and marketing can be applied to serve the broader long-term interests of the region. Stable governments within the region and stable relations within areas outside the region are the first line of defense of the region from the forces and other perils which presently menace it. The crucial role of transport development is a leading example of the measures of defense required. The special advantage of modern rail or magnetic levitation, as compared with sea-based transport, lies in the elementary fact that with rare special exceptions, the product transported by sea does not improve in itself during transport. Under the right conditions, long-range transportation corridors, which are based on the central role of modern rail or magnetic levitation transport, are in net effect cheaper and faster routes of transport than the seas. As in the cases of the original U.S. transcontinental rail systems, these routes were not merely roads of transport. The transportation system transformed a virtual economic wasteland to a rich region of powerful economic development. In effect, every average kilometer or investment in the transportation system along these main and subsidiary routes gave back to the nation a net amount of produced wealth from agriculture, mining, and manufacturing far in excess of the cost of developing and maintaining the transportation system. Instead of thinking of connecting 2 points with a long-distance rail line or magnetic levitation system, think of the transport line as the central spine of a development corridor for up to 50 to 100 kilometers width. Running parallel to the spine are main line conduits of water and power. At appropriate places along the spine, agro-industrial residential complexes are built. Satellite areas of a similar type lie within the same corridor. What I have just described in a summary way is a modern equivalent of the methods which produced an agricultural industrial revolution in the United States approximately a century and a half ago. By concentrating resources of transportation, water, and power within development corridors, the most efficient use of these resources can be managed. The most economical use of the total available land area is achieved by tending to concentrate development in those corridors. Under conditions of continued growth, subsidiary development corridors will branch out from the principal ones. The same method can be applied with a combination of technologies either existing or within reach to transform the interior of Asia, including the deserts and tundras. Under proper policies, the physical net cost of such development corridors is less than zero. As goods flow along the spine of the corridor, new wealth is generated in and around each of the nodal agro-industrial residential locations along the route.
There was a confrontation in the past between producer and consumer. Do you see any hope in the future that both sides can set and plan future of cooperation?
I see it up to hope. The hope is precisely this. We are in, as I said, we are in a collapse of the world financial monetary system, a collapse of the economy. We published in my magazine and others, we published the figures on this. It's clear. All the attempts to deny this are becoming undeniable. All right, under such conditions, how would the world recover? Now you're looking at, from your background, which obviously includes this knowledge, you're looking at a system which is no longer a sane financial system. We are now operating on the basis of financial derivatives which run into hundreds of trillions of dollars. We don't know how many there are because they're unregulated market. These are obligations. We have bubbles, all kinds of financial bubbles. We see the collapse of the so-called telecom sector, which is collapsing. So we're into a major bankruptcy now. This means that we are at a point where we can save the economies through cooperations among national governments, but it requires state-to-state agreements of the type we made in terms of the first IMF agreement. If we went back to the model of 1945, 1965, and say, should we do this? Put the world through bankruptcy reorganization. Do the things you do in bankruptcy, or the so-called Chapter 11 in the United States. Get government credit mobilized to large infrastructure projects and so on. What do you do? Well, to maintain that system, we have to have a system of gold reserve-based system. Because we have to have a fixed currency value or a peg ratio, otherwise you cannot have cheap loans, 1 or 2% in international markets on long term. Under those conditions, the next thing you go to is certain categories of trade. Now this means that, as I've indicated, the price of petroleum should be a negotiated price between consumer and producer nations among them, which should be fixed because we will now be fixing energy, which is the biggest key commodity in international markets. We fix that to the rate of currency. Now we can have an economy that will work, and we can invest. So therefore, we have to go to a fixed currency system, which includes precisely that kind of thing that we used to think we had before 1971. We have to go back to that. And I presume that under conditions of a crisis, when governments admit there's a crisis, then they will be willing to come together as governments and say, let's make a new system based on the best experience from the previous system. And under that condition, that would happen. What is our interest as a total person if we know we will all die? It is what we do with our life. It's what's said in the New Testament about the parable of the talents. You are given a talent. It's a life. What are you going to do with it? What you do with that life is what you are for the rest of eternity. People who are effective leaders of nations have that kind of love for their people and for the people of the world of that kind. Because they have a mission. It's given to them. This ability to have this thing, this commitment to immortality, is something that's given to you. Life is loaned to you from birth to death. And what you do with that life becomes what you are. That's your interest. Are you giving justice? Are you acting for the future of mankind? Do you have the eyes of the past dead upon you? Do you have honor in the eyes of those who died and went before you? So you never elect a leader as a leader and trust him as leader unless they have that kind of moral commitment. We would hope, and I would hope that sometime in the future, we would not need to find that such leaders were exceptions in their people. In the meantime, we count on such leaders to guide, or people who can approximate that, to lead us and lead the people through the swamps of danger.
I'm speaking from near Washington, D.C. I'm Marcia Mary Baker, and I first met Lyndon LaRouche at the end of the 1960s. What a decade. There were assassinations in the U.S., but newly independent nations in Africa. There was the Vietnam War. And when I came back to the United States from living and working abroad, Lyndon LaRouche put the world together. He said we can put someone on the moon, we can settle things on the earth, and this was said not as an observer, but as a call to mission. So in the 1970s, he warned us at the beginning of the decade, don't have any foolery like floating currencies and no development or it's all over. And he gave the solution. He went to Iraq, he issued the International Development Bank, and he came back to the U.S. and ran for president on the U.S. Labor Party ticket. And I had the excitement of being his ballot status chairman, and we had his name on the ballot in 26 states with enough electoral votes that you could win a serious bid. Well, all hell broke loose. In the 1980s, he started to be framed up, to be put in jail along with friends of his, and still had a big world impact with the Strategic Defense Initiative, with the Food for Peace of the Schiller Institute. But by the 1990s, the decade started with him wrongfully in jail and others. So we're in the 21st century, a generation later, but his inspiration and his ideas have won out. They are not vanquished. Evil is on the wrong side of history, and I thank you, Lyndon LaRouche, on the 100th anniversary of your birth. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Kevin Pearl, an activist in the LaRouche movement since 1985. How do you honor the 100th birth anniversary of a universal thinker like Lyndon LaRouche? His contributions span the full spectrum of human thought, from hard sciences to music to economics to poetry. I think maybe it's that universality that had the greatest impression on me. He simply cared enough to investigate every issue and every culture, and to propose solutions for every corner of the globe. He sought truth more passionately than anyone I have ever known. His appeal was also universal, as evidenced at the conferences we used to hold twice a year. Both the audiences and the speakers' panels featured people who probably would never have gathered together under any other auspices. Scientist and student, world-class musician, and economic refugee. Black, white, liberal, conservative, Jew, Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, and atheist, all gathered in common search of truthful solutions for the challenges that faced mankind. Perhaps it was best said in a poem I remember composed by his friend and collaborator, Fred Wills, the former Foreign Minister and Trade Minister of Guyana. With everyone that he did find, he shared the fruitful theses of his mind. In everyone, as he went on, reflective gratitude did linger on. It's time to exonerate Lyndon LaRouche and his ideas.
The following is a historic presentation by Lyndon H. LaRouche, Jr. on the immortality of Reverend Martin Luther King. It begins with Talladega, Alabama City Councilman Reverend Horace Patterson introducing Mrs. Amelia Boynton Robinson, heroine of the fight for the Voting Rights Act, who in turn introduces Mr. LaRouche.
You can fix ignorance with knowledge, but it's hard to fix stupid. It's hard to fix stupid. And so often in the arena of civil rights, you have to sometimes even fight with the people you're trying to help. And this, of course, makes this lady so unique. Many people who were there understand. When it was time to register folk to vote, many times, many of us would go into their homes, and it was the first time they'd ever registered to vote, and you had to promise, we say, I'll take care of the baby if you'll go down there and register. I'll wash your clothes. I'm serious. I'll cut your grass. I'll do anything if you will go down and vote. And so often, the people who did these kinds of things were never fully appreciated. Dr. King understood it, and therefore he mentioned it when he received his Nobel Prize. This whole work also is a threatening work. It is very, very dangerous work because the evil we face is systemic. It is an old evil. And many times it's dressed up in new clothing, but it's still the same old stuff. And therefore, as we look at the realities of civil rights activism, and we look at the hurdles that must be crossed, it makes this lady so unique. Mrs. Amelia Robinson was one of the persons who marched at the Edmund Pettus Bridge on May 7, 1965. She was beaten so badly, they thought she was dead. It was a horrible, horrible day. I can speak to that. I was a young 17-year-old kid at that time. And I have such respect for those adults who went through the horror of that hour, and yet maintained a sweet and blessed spirit. From the 1930s, Mrs. Robinson and her husband involved themselves in the fights for voting rights and property ownership throughout the state of Alabama. During the 1960s, in her home in Selma and her office, she often invited the King leadership team, Dr. King himself, and many times they put together strategies that worked. In 1964, she was the first African American, female, but also the first female who ran on the Democratic ticket for Congress. Today, Ms. Robinson is a leading member and vice chairman of the Schiller Institute, founded by Lyndon LaRouche and Helga Zepp LaRouche. Am I correct in that pronunciation? Good. In 1984. In April and May of 1990, Mrs. Robinson spent 5 weeks touring East and West Germany for the Schiller Institute, where she addressed thousands and thousands of German citizens about the lessons from the life of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. On July 21st, 1990, Mrs. Robinson was awarded the Martin Luther King Jr. Freedom Medal, honoring her lifelong commitment to human rights and civil rights. Today, in her 90s, and I want to talk to her before she leaves here. Whatever she's been drinking, I want a bottle of it. Today, in her 90s, Mrs. Robinson is still a vibrant, charismatic leader, touring the nation and speaking for the Schiller Institute on the behalf of the principles of civil rights and activism. Would you be kind enough to give a warm Talladega County welcome to Ms. Amelia Robinson?
That's a beautiful tribute. But that tribute makes me realize that I still have a lot to do.
Amen.
God is not through with me yet. And I will be here. I happen to be in the B class. I never was supposed to be a very smart person. I'm in the B class. So I'm going to be here. And I hope I will be here to see every one of you become a registered voter and use your vote in order that we can destroy the evils that we have in our country. And I believe that Martin is looking down now, Martin Luther King, whom to me was just Martin, because I'm old enough for his mother. And when he came to Selma, people rejected him.
That's right. That's right.
I believe we could make a type of plan that we are going in different places, and we are going to get people to realize that a voteless people is a hopeless people. And the only way that we are going to be able to get our rights is to get the ballot. And when we were small, we used to decide that we're going to make a resolution. And of course, every year the resolution was, I'm not going to tell any more stories or lies. But I would like to see you make a resolution on this day, a resolution that I am going to become a registered voter. If you're not, because if you haven't voted in 2 years, you've lost. That you are going to exercise your ability as an American citizen and vote. I would like for you to make that resolution this day, that you're going to exercise your God-given rights and become a registered voter. I worked with Dr. King, and I cried when he came to Selma, because on the street that my office was on, we had all of the professional African Americans. Not one of them came to him and said, thank you for coming. I am glad that you're here. I would like to give you a drink of water, or I would like for you to come to my house. Nobody. Because you have evil against good. And the people who were evil feared getting together because they were very successful in dividing and conquering. So they said, don't have Dr. King to come into Selma. They even called me because he's a rabble-rouser. He's an agitator. He's a communist. And most of them didn't know what communism was, but that's what the white folks say, so we are not going to have anything to do with it. And some of these professional people closed their doors. And the only place he had to go was to my office and to the house. So I turned everything over to them. Amen. And thank God, out of that came, as you know, not only Resurrection City, but also the March the 7th, which was known as Bloody Sunday. So I would like for you to make that resolution this day that you are going to follow in the footsteps of Dr. King, the little thing, to register, vote, and become a first-class citizen. He was rejected, but so was Christ. Mahatma Gandhi was rejected. Kennedy was rejected. Martin Luther King was rejected. But all of them left footprints on the sand of time. But you know, God has leaders to take up the helm and to have somebody to carry it on. And we have this day a man who's walking in the footsteps of all of these people, a combination of trying to right the wrongs. Unfortunately, we went to sleep after 1965. Until 1967, people got positions. And they fought for it. But the young generation feels as though it has everything made. We don't have to do. We can go in any hotel. We can go into any restaurant. We don't have to sit in the back of the bus. But you don't have it made. The evil spirit, like a mold. I don't know whether you know anything about molds or not. But in my grandmother's home in South Carolina, we would see the ground breaking. We couldn't see what was under it. But there's something like a mold. And as it goes along, it breaks the ground. So you don't be like the mold. You come up to the top and break the ground and break out. Because self-esteem is something that everybody can have. You are your brother's keeper. You are God's child. And we know that we have to have leaders. This is something that I would like for each and every one of us to realize, that leaders are not those that feel that, well, I want to be a leader tomorrow and I'm going to lead. God makes leaders. And we refine those leaders. Thank God that we are now at the place that we don't look at the color of the skin, but the contents of a man's character, regardless of whom he might be. But we have to fight hate. And I am so happy that the gentleman whom I am sitting or standing beside is a man who will tell anybody, hate does not help. Hate only destroys the hater. Amen. It used to be a time that people of color were hated because of the color of their skin. But hate is like, it's like a cancer. It starts sometime with just a little pimple. And if you don't stop it, it grows. It grows into a sore. then it takes over the whole body. And that's what hate has done. It's not because of the color of a person's skin that people are hated now only. It's gone into our cities, our counties, and even our nation. They hate. And this is one man. Talk with him day or night. Wake him up. And he'll tell you that love can overcome everything. That we have to love. We have to look at the person's inside. And I am very proud to say that this gentleman is a man that I have known for many years. And it's not because of what somebody said. Like Martin. When Martin Luther King, before he came into Selma, Martin Luther King was told that don't go into that section. He was hated. But he did what he was supposed to have done. And that is what God had him to do. And then he took him away. If he were living today, maybe the rabble-rousers might have killed him physically, mentally, rather than physically. But he did the job that God had him to do. And I think of people as, let's say, a school. Here, the teacher comes in and says that I'm going to give an examination today. And I want you to take your papers and pencils out, and we're going to have an examination. Okay, in this class, you have Martin Luther King, you have Mahatma Gandhi, you have many other people, including the Kennedys, including Lincoln, you have Lyndon LaRouche, and because of my age, you got me. Then the teacher says, she passes out the examination. Then she says, now, I want you to be sure that you're quiet and do your work. And as soon as she turns her back, you find, let's say, Martin Luther King. Miss Teacher, I've finished. Bring your paper up here. She looks at it. You have a perfect score. You may pass on. And he passes off of the scene of this earth.
All right.
And God says, come up a little higher. You've done a good job.
All right, all right.
The Kennedys, 15 minutes afterwards, the same thing. Okay, you've got a good score. You may pass. But 40 minutes pass. The time is only 45 minutes. 40 minutes pass. Many of the people have finished their examination and they pass on. 45 minutes pass. The bell has rung. And Lyndon LaRouche and I are still working. So we are here for a purpose. And I am so happy to see a man that knows no color. He's colorblind. He is working for people, for the human race. And he realizes that we are our brother's keeper, whether we are on this side of the ocean or the other side. And he realizes also, unless people throughout the world begin to recognize people, justice, understanding, love, humility, then we have not completed our job. So I introduce to some of you, present to others, the man that God has ordained as a leader for people throughout the world, Lyndon H. LaRouche.
Thank you, young lady. Oh, thank you, Amelia.
See, this is very special to us. and to my wife, when I say we, my wife as well. And she's been like a mother to my wife, and she's precious. We have two problems, I think, which should be the basis for reflecting on Martin's life today. One, we have a national crisis. Now, I'm not going to mince words, and I'm not going to do any political hacking, but the facts have to be told. This economy is collapsing. The situation, relatively speaking, in terms of basic economic infrastructure of the United States today is worse than in 1933 when Roosevelt came into the White House in March. That is, you look around you, infrastructure, energy, so forth, the conditions of life of our people around the world. And don't look in the big cities where they put on a facade and say things are fine. Look in the communities. For example, Detroit now has half the population it used to have. An industrial city is gone. Look around Birmingham. You see how the same thing is reported. It was never rich, but their sense of loss of this, that. That's the situation of the United States. Then you got an indifference to the problems of the United States. We have 48 at least of the 50 states are bankrupt, hopelessly bankrupt. That is, the states cannot possibly raise the tax revenue without sinking the economy further to meet the essential obligations of government. This is characteristic of at least 48 states. And it's getting worse. If you look at the cost of living, the increase of the cost of living, as compared to what is officially reported, look at the prices of food in grocery stores over the past 6 months in the United States. Look at the fact that the US dollar, which not long ago was 83 cents, would buy a euro. Today it takes $1.26 or 28 cents to buy a euro. The US dollar is collapsing in value. What is increasing is the amount of money associated with gambling. And the biggest form of gambling is occurring on Wall Street. The money is going in to drive up, for a purely speculative way, on side bets on the economy, to drive up the value of stock prices for some countries. And as soon as some company gets rich, the leaders of the company go to prison, like Enron. Because we have gone from the steel business to the stealing business. The nature of the economy. We're in trouble. We're in trouble on a world scale. Since January of 2002, when the present president made an unfortunate speech in the State of the Union address, the attitude toward the United States has fallen rapidly to the lowest I've ever seen among nations all over the world. Throughout Eurasia, throughout the Americas, the United States is despised where it was still at least respected or even loved before. We are in trouble. And look at the world. The world faces a great crisis, and the United States faces a great crisis in dealing with the world. The largest concentrations of population of the world are China, for example, 1.3 billion or more, India over 1 billion, then you have Pakistan, Bangladesh, and the countries of Southeast Asia. This is the greatest concentration of population on this planet. It's an emerging part of the world. The question is, what's the relationship of the United States to these people of Asia who represent, by and large, different cultural backgrounds than those of us in the United States or in Western Europe? How are we going to find peace in a troubled world? How are we going to find reconciliation in a troubled world with countries which have turned against us because of the war policies of Cheney and some others? So we face the situation. Now go back a little bit to the time that Bill Clinton was inaugurated as president. Now think about something some of you know about. Think about the status of the Black Caucus, Legislative Caucus, and the Black Congressional Caucus in 1993, when Bill Clinton came into the White House. Now go through the list of names. Where are those people and their replacements today? There has been a winnowing out of the political achievements throughout the country of the black caucuses. Right? This is the problem I deal with constantly. From 1996 on, it became worse, accelerated, brutally. So we do not face a new problem today, in one sense. We face the same problem in principle that Martin faced, and faced successfully. And I would propose that in the lesson of Martin Luther King and his life, there is something we can learn today which brings him back to life as if he was standing here alive today. There's something special about his life, his development, which should be captured today by us, not only in addressing the problems of our nation, which are becoming terrible, but the problems of our relationship with the world as a whole. How are we going to deal with these cultures that are different than our own? With an Asian culture, with Muslim cultures around the world, over 1 billion Muslims around the world, with the culture of China, which is different than ours, the culture of Southeast Asia, which is different than ours, the cultural background. They're all human, they all have the same ultimate requirements, the same needs, but they're different cultures. They think differently. They respond to different predicates than we respond to. But we must have peaceful cooperation with these people to solve a world problem. Then you start thinking about someone like Martin. And I want to indicate in the context I just stated what the significance of Martin is today. We had no replacement for Martin. Lesson number one. Martin was a unique personality. He was not a talented person who happened to stumble into leadership and could be easily replaced by other leaders who would learn the job and take over afterward. We had no replacement. No one in the position to replace him. Many wished to be, they didn't have it. What did Martin have? What was the essence of Martin that made him something special? Let's compare 3 cases to get at this. One, Martin himself. The other, the case of France's famous heroine, Jeanne d'Arc. And I'm rather familiar with the details of the actual history of the Jeanne d'Arc case, which is comparable in a sense, a very special way, to the case of Martin. And then also with a fictitious case, which points to the problem we face, the case of Shakespeare's Hamlet, especially the Hamlet of the third act soliloquy. Now, what was the issue? Martin was truly a man of God. Truly. In a way that very few people are actually able to realize in their lifetime. It wasn't just that he was a man of God, it's that he rose to the full appreciation of what that meant. Obviously, the image for him was Christ and the passion and crucifixion of Jesus Christ. That was his source of strength. He lived that. He had gone to the mountaintop at a point that he knew his life was threatened by powerful forces in the United States. And he said, I will not shrink from this mission, even if they kill me. Just as Christ said, and I'm sure that was in Martin's mind at that point. The passion and crucifixion of Christ is the image which is the essence of Christianity. It's an image, for example, in Germany or elsewhere where the Bach St. Matthew Passion is performed. It's a 2-hour performance approximately. And those 2 hours, the audience, the congregation, the singers, the musicians, relive in a powerful way the passion and crucifixion of Christ. And this has always been important, to relive that, to capture the essence
of what Christ means for all Christians. And Martin showed that. The difference is this, and I'll come back to John Dock, called Joan of Arc in English. The difference is most people tend to believe, yes, I wish to go to heaven, or something like that. Or don't care. But they are looking for answers within the bounds of their mortal life. They're thinking of the satisfactions of the flesh, the security they will enjoy between the bounds of birth and death. Whereas the great leader, like Martin, rises to a higher level. They think of their life as the gospel presents it, as a talent. Life is a talent given to you. You're born and you die. That is your talent, what you have in that period. The question is, you're going to spend it anyway. How are you going to spend it? What are you going to spend it to secure for all eternity? What are you going to do as a mission that will earn you the place you want to occupy in eternity? Martin had a clear sense of that. That mountaintop address for me, that struck me years ago, it was just a clear understanding of exactly what he was saying, what he was saying to others. Life is a talent. It is not what you get out of life, it's what you put into it that counts. Martin had that. That's why he was a leader, and I've known the other leaders with him in that period. They didn't quite have the same spark. They may have accepted the idea, they may have believed in it, but it didn't grip them the same way it did Martin. And it came to grip him, I'm sure, more and more as he took on more and more responsibilities. As a leader, you feel this, you see your people. You see the things you have to cope with, the suffering. You see the danger. And you have to find within yourself the strength not to flinch, not to compromise. Take the case of Jeanne d'Arc as the comparison. Joan of Arc, she called. And this is the real history. She was such a significant figure in the 15th century that her history was thoroughly documented at the time and cross-checked and so forth. She was a figure in all Christianity. She was a key figure in the history of France. Here she is, a woman, a young woman, coming from a farming background, who is inspired to believe that France must be freed from the terrible occupation of the Norman chivalry, that France must become a true nation, and that must be risen out of its condition to become a nation to take care of these problems. That God wished this to happen. So she went to a series of events to a prince who was the heir nominally to the throne of France. And she said to this prince, have gotten in there with various credentials, God wants you to become king. And he looked at her and he said, what do you want from me? I said, I don't want anything from you. God wants you to become a king. And so, because of her power of her personality and her mission, the king gave her the command of some troops in a very serious battle at that time, on the assumption that she would be killed as a leader of these troops, and that would settle the whole problem. She wasn't killed. She won the battle, personally leading the battle. And France was mobilized for its independence, the idea of its independence to a large degree as a result. Then the time came that the king was crowned, or the prince was crowned king. But then the king betrayed her to the enemies of France, to the British, the Normans. And she was put on trial by the Inquisition, which is a horrible thing. This is the worst kind of injustice you can imagine. And at the course of the trial, she was offered bait. If you will back off a little bit, girl, we won't burn you at the stake alive. And what they did, she said no. She flinched. Maybe I should compromise. She had priests in there trying to get her to compromise. She said, I won't compromise. I cannot betray my mission. She had gone to the mountaintop. I will not betray my mission. I will stay my course. So they took her. They tied her to a stake. They piled the wood on the stake. They set fire to the stake while she's alive. They cooked her to death. Then they opened the pile of wood to see if she was alive or not. They found she was dead. And they continued the process, restarted the fire, and burned her into ashes. But out of that, two things happened. Out of that, France revived and got its independence, and later got the first modern nation state of Louis XI, that is Louis XI of France. And the significance of that is this for us today. Because of that victory, because of what happened with Louis XI of France, we had the first European state in which all of the government was responsible for the general welfare of all of the people. The general welfare means exactly what it means in 1 Corinthians 13, when Paul writes of agape, or sometimes called love or charity. Is that quality. It is not the law, it is not the rule book that counts. It's your love of humanity that counts, that you must always live for your love of humanity. And therefore, government is not legitimate, except as government is officially committed to the general welfare of not only all of the people, but also the improvement of the condition of life of their posterity. And for the first time in France, with that state, the principle of constitutional law that government cannot treat some of the people as human cattle. It is not legitimate. It is not a nation if it treats some of his people as human cattle. You must think of the general welfare of all of the people. It must be captured by a sense of responsibility to all of the people and to their posterity. Because we are all mortal. And to arouse in us the passions while we're alive, which will impel us to do good, we have to have a sense that our life and the consuming of our life, the spending of our talent, is going to mean something for coming generations. The best people look for things that, like Moses, that are going to happen when he will no longer be around to enjoy them. It's this sense of immortality. It's why parents in the best degree sacrifice for their children. It's why communities sacrifice for education for their children, for opportunities for their children. You go the pangs of suffering and shortage, but you have a sense that you're going someplace, that your life is going to mean something, that you can die with a smile on your face. You've conquered death. Your life, you've spent your talent wisely. Why life will mean something better for generations to come. That was the principle. That principle inspired the plan of King Henry VII of England to do the same thing against the evil Richard III and established England at that time as the second modern nation state. In a sense, that's what Martin was doing, the same kind of process. But now let's take the other side of the thing. Let's take the case of Hamlet. Hamlet says that we have the opportunity to fight, to free ourselves from horrible conditions, but what happens after we die? What happens beyond death? And it is the fear of what happens beyond death which makes people cowards. And that is our problem in the United States today. It's the problem of our leadership in the Democratic Party, is the problem in the Republican Party, because not all Republicans are bad. Some of them are very good. I intend to incorporate some of them in my government. I'm not very partisan when it comes to government. I'm partisan about getting it established. So that's the point. The problem here is this. We actually believe that man is different than an animal. Do you think in the schools today, in the newspapers today, do you think that Americans believe in any significant way that man is different than an animal? Our teaching, we don't teach that. Look at our standard curriculum. Many of you know something about education. What our education policies now nationally are a crime. You don't know anything, you learn to pass a test. And if one of the person who designs the test knows what they're talking about. Yeah. You have tests are issued in various parts of the country, not to test what you've done to the students in terms of what they know. Sometimes the students come out saying, I know nothing. Honor students say, in my years in secondary school, I learned nothing. The way it's being taught now under the standard now. What they're testing is the obedience training of the students in that school district or that part of the country as measured by some standard. Districts are competing for money. And the performance, like the dog training of the students in the school, becomes a standard for how much money and how many honors that district will get in the following year. We're no longer concerned. We don't believe as a nation. We don't believe in developing people. We have become like Rome, ancient Rome, a society of bread and circuses. Get your crumbs and be entertained. And the entertainment gets more and more vicious as it goes along. For example, today, do people work? Is their mentality one of working? Do they believe in work? Do they believe the society gives them the opportunity to work? No. It doesn't. It gives them the opportunity to get some money. What is the biggest growth industry in the United States? Gambling. What is Wall Street? Gambling. What is Enron? Gambling. What are these guys that are going to jail in New York? Gamblers. The mentality of the country is that if you're getting lucky and winning the lottery and winning at the track, that you're getting ahead. Even though your industry is collapsing, your farm is gone, the city government can no longer afford to take care of your essential needs, we've gone into become a gambling society. We rely on what? Mass entertainment. What kind of mass entertainment? Is this something you really should be ashamed of? We no longer regard human beings as human. We no longer understand what is human. I've started a youth movement some 4 years ago. It concentrates on young people 18 to 25 years of age. That is the university age group. And as you know, people, when they get to about 18 to 25 under normal conditions, have passed over from thinking of themselves as adolescents, as being half adults, half children, into becoming, in a sense, adults. They have adult confidence, adult impulses, and so forth. They are ready to assume responsibility in society. In a well-ordered society, everyone would have a quality type of university education accessible to them. So in order to develop the talent of each person to find out what their mission in life should be, what kind of career they should adopt, and to give them the opportunity to work through fighting that out and finding out who they really are as an adult and choosing their profession in future life on that basis. In that kind of, what I emphasize in the training is understand the difference between man and the beast. Now, I'm going to get a little bit technical at this point, but it's an important point. What is the difference between man and beast? Can you prove that man is not just an animal? And how can you prove it? If man were an ape, for example, the population of human beings on this planet would never have exceeded several million individuals. So don't make a monkey out of man. We have now over 6 billion people on this planet to take care of, and they're growing. The point is that man has been able to discover what no animal can do, to discover universal physical principles of the universe, to apply these discovered principles to make improvements in society, which increases man's power over nature. Just as you can read in Genesis 1, man and woman made equally in the image of the Creator, in the likeness of the Creator, and responsible for this function. That's what we are. When we teach physical science, when we teach classical art and things like that, when we teach history from that standpoint, we are actually imparting to young people a sense of their humanity. They are capable of reenacting the great discoveries of principle from the past, whether in art or whether in physical science. When they know that, they know the difference between themselves and the beast. They pride themselves on this. And they say, we're human. And they can look at each other with love, a kind of love which is expressed in education by the proper kind of class, in which students share in the process of fighting through the act of discovering for themselves a principle presented to them as a challenge and a paradox. I mean, there's a loving relationship, a class of size of 15 to 25, typical good university, good secondary school class, in which the students are given the responsibility, given a challenge to try to fight it through among themselves. And the good teacher tries to evoke this kind of response from among the students, find 2 or 3 in the class that'll start the discussion, and try to get the entire class involved in the discussion. So that what comes out of that is not memorizing something in a textbook. What comes out of that is the process of a social experience of discovering the meaning of a principle as if they had made the original discovery themselves. This is done not by teaching the individual student, though that sometimes works. It's done by getting the students to interact in the process of discussion. That's why you want a class size of between 15 and 25. Not too many to exclude the opportunity for people to participate. Not too few so you don't get the stimulation of starting the discussion. But it's this social process of relationship among people who love each other in a higher sense because they have shared the process of discovery of a principle, or they've understood something about history, but they've shared it. And the idea of sharing human knowledge as human knowledge is the essential act of loving. And you love mankind and you're happy with mankind when you have worked together to make a discovery together with people. And you realize you can rely on those people for that kind of method. You got a problem with them? Well, go back to the method. Talk to them the same way you do in the classroom. Fight it out with them. And these young people are fun. They fight it out till 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. I usually, when I give a lecture with these guys, they go at me for about 4 hours. I give them about 1 hour presentation or something like that. And they're at me all over the place. But it's beautiful, it's wonderful. And I think anybody who's been in education knows exactly what I'm talking about. It's beautiful, it's wonderful. So this is the problem. We have a population, we have a world in which there's a shortage of people who actually understand fully the meaning of the difference between man and beast. That man is a creature, as defined by Genesis 1, is made in the likeness of the creator of the universe. This is us. We are, because we transmit these ideas, because we transmit this work as no animal can, we love one another. We love the people who come before us. We love those who are coming after us. We care for them in a very selfish way, because in our spending our talent of life, our sense of beauty depends upon what was coming out of our life in future generations. We love children for that reason. They're our children. We love grandchildren even more than children sometimes. Because our children were able to produce these children. That's great. I mean, you love them specially, and particularly a person who become a grandparent. They love these grandchildren especially for that reason. So this kind of loving is lacking generally in the population, in leaders. Martin obviously had that. Martin was one of the rare people in his time who had a deep sense of what it is to be a human being, who had a deep sense of the lesson of the passion and crucifixion of Christ, and was able to bring to politics, which he didn't go in to get in as politics as such. He was a natural leader. The natural leader is one who comes not from the political process as such, but from the people. Martin never achieved political office. Yet he was probably as important a figure of the United States as any modern president. He achieved that. His authority as a leader came from the people. He fought against the people and with the people to free them. He was a leader in a true sense. His power as a political force in the nation and in the world came from his relationship to the people. And that's our situation today, and what I'm so glad to be here and have this opportunity to be with you. Because you typify those who are struggling in this country and abroad for the so-called forgotten man. As Franklin Roosevelt was summoned in 1933 to the presidency. 80% of the population of the United States in particular, and many around the world, are the forgotten man and woman. Nobody really cares about them. Take the case of healthcare, healthcare history. Take the case of all kinds of things. The only way you can renew a nation, as Martin made a great contribution to renewing the United States, is you have to go to the forgotten man and woman, especially to the have-nots. And if you can express a loving attitude toward the problem of the have-nots, those who are on the lower side of life, then you are capable of representing the principle upon which modern government should be based. The same principle that Jeanne d'Arc made possible in a sense in her contribution to the emergence of France as the first modern nation state committed to the general welfare. If you want to be a true politician, you must be committed to the general welfare. You must be committed to mankind. And to be committed to mankind is to look at the person who's in the worst condition in general and uplift them. Then you really have proven that you care about the general welfare. If you don't go to those people, you're not with the general welfare. If you don't have your roots in a fight for the general welfare, you're not capable of leading our nation, which is a nation constitutionally committed to the general welfare. Martin had that. All the great leaders of history have usually come out of that kind of background. They were not born leaders. They were not elected to be leaders. Some of them became elected in the course of life, but they didn't start out and establish their leadership by being elected. They established their leadership by finding their roots in the struggle for the well-being of humanity. They became the representatives of some group struggling for that right, or advocate of that group struggling for its rights. And they rose to a position of leadership because they had the moral character built into them in the image of the passion and crucifixion of Christ. And as they get deeper into the business, and it becomes more dangerous as they get more influential, life does become more dangerous as you become more influential. Then they realize that they are risking their life. And they have to ask themselves, for what am I going to risk my life? For what will I not? Will I not betray? even at the cost of losing my life. And you're thrown right back to the question of the crucifixion and passion of Christ. And that's where we are today. Martin had that. The problem in the United States and the movement today is we have, in the movement itself, has become too, shall we say, civilized in going along to getting along with the political establishment. And is intending to believe that the road to success is going along to get along. You lose sight of the passion which should motivate the true political leader. The passion is this commitment: you have a talent. You have a sense of what your life means. You have a sense of obligation, a mission in life, to uplift the nation by uplifting a certain part of the population or all of it. And you will do nothing to betray that. That gives you power. It gives you the power of being a creature made in the image of the living of the Creator. You tap it. Martin tapped it. He was a man of God, not just by God, but of God. He was a man who, in the course of life, destiny gave him the mission of being a man of God. And he had the strength to do that. He had the strength to walk the road of Christ, to walk through Gethsemane, to walk through the crucifixion. He had that strength, as Jean did in her own way. And that's the lesson, I believe, that has to be taught, has to be understood if we're going to save this nation. We need to tap in that power. And as I say, in all the images of recent political leaders of the United States, Martin, both as a national leader and as a world leader, which he also was in terms of his influence, is the best example of the kind of personality we must have and must develop to get us out of the horrible, frightening mess that threatens us today. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Jen Pearl, and I've been organizing with the LaRouche movement for 20 years. In 2004, Lynn sent me and about 75 other young organizers up to Boston, Massachusetts, to intervene into the National Democratic Convention. The inside of the convention was typically bureaucratic, controlled, and useless. So we set up our own convention of sorts by forming choruses of LaRouche Youth Movement organizers all over the city of Boston for the week, with big banners and signs, distributing thousands of leaflets, singing canons, and provoking everyone we met by singing politically satirical songs set to classical music. The response to us was electric and transformative, both for me as an organizer and for the population. So much so that when we returned home, Lynn asked me to put together a chorus of LaRouche Youth Movement organizers to send back up to Boston soon after. And that became the Boston LaRouche Youth Movement, a 15-person chorus composed of amateur singers. Lynn laid out that our mission was to learn Bach's vocal motet, the Jesu meine Freude, and furthermore, to sing it with bel canto voices. It was such a brilliant intervention into the city of Boston, the nation, but also it really built and shaped our identities around classical artistic thinking. I was suddenly thrown into a position where I was conducting and vocally training an unruly and inexperienced choir of 15 to 20 organizers, aged 18 to 25, for 2 hours a day, when we weren't intervening politically in every possible way. We became truly a music conservatory on wheels. This period of intense study and focus upon Bach and Kepler completely shaped and changed my identity and many others. Bach became a way to think, a way to solve and approach problems. We also developed the authority to challenge other music institutions and to recruit musicians out of the vacuous classical music world, which is even far worse today, into our political and passionate approach to classical art. To sum it up, anytime we were experiencing periods, as any political movement in history has, of tension or confusion among our membership in the Boston Limb, Lynn would simply ask me, "Are you guys singing?" And more often than not, we had not been. Thank you, Lynn, for everything. Happy heavenly birthday.
Okay, hello. My name is Karel Verheijken. I will become 65 today. I am an associate and friend and collaborator of Lyndon LaRouche since 1976. Since that time, I've been working to promote his ideas and policies in various ways. And in 1976, I was actually being trained when I met the ideas of Lynn. I was being trained in Belgium to become a terrorist. I mean a modern artist. Lynn and his movement helped me to find out what art is really all about. In May 2003, at the Cadre School, he said the following. This is a quote from Lyndon LaRouche, May 2003. He said, "Classical art is not something that somebody invented. Classical art is actually a sort of secretion of the human being, a natural secretion. Any paradox in life, whether a paradox of sense perception, where you find out that in some moment things don't work the way from habit, and you realize there's something out there besides what your sense perception tells you. At that point, you suddenly have a sense of irony, metaphor, or irony. Now, the most important experience of life are of this type. Things that evoke a sense of irony and metaphor, that the world is not what habit instructs you to believe it was. That's the message you find important to communicate. These things are called ideas, genuine ideas, artistic ideas. So man tries to develop ways to communicate things which obviously are important to society and to the individual and to others. Out of this comes art. It comes in the form of classical poetry, which is an evolution of a combination of the natural qualities of the speaking and singing voice, which has particular peculiarities, which are as a way to communicate in poetry. This is true music. It also is. It is also the same for great poetry, for great painting, and for great art. So with these ideas, I decided to work. I took this engraving of Rembrandt and I decided to put it into color, which you see here. So the content of the painting is very simple. We know Rembrandt was a very profound thinker. Here you have the poor and the sick, which are brought out of the cave of Plato. They're brought out of the dark, they're brought into the light through the message of the Christ or the Logos. And here they actually become philosophers on this part of the painting. For example, here we have Homer telling Aristotle to turn around and look to the Christ. Homer is blind, but he says, I see the light, you don't see it, because you're refusing to see it. Here, very close to Christ, we have Socrates. And then here we have the great Dutch-Flemish humanist Erasmus. So I invented the colors. This was in 1992 when Lyndon LaRouche was in jail. So to honor him, I put it here, right in the middle, between Socrates and Erasmus. And that's where he is probably today, listening to us, between irony and logos, as a true defender of the essence of human creativity and classical art. So that's what he is still, and that's where I have him in my heart and in my mind, and where he continues living eternally. Thank you.
I'm Bob Baker. I grew up on a family farm in Iowa, went to Iowa State University, participated in the Army during the Vietnam War, and ended up farming and working at an agricultural bank in the middle of the ag crisis in the 1980s. This was a very tough time for the economy. And in the process, I ran into the ideas of Lyndon LaRouche. It's totally beautiful. I studied LaRouche's ideas closely. I watched and listened to many speeches by LaRouche discussing economics, the history of our country, and the type of cultural decay that was setting in with the rock, drug, sex counterculture, which we were in the middle of at that time. And in the process, develop a deep appreciation that these ideas must be brought back to the country, and this nation must survive based on these ideas of economic production. We needed to restore the family farm in a large way. We need to have privately owned businesses. We needed to stop the control of monopolies. And in that process, I come to understand and participate in meetings, teach classes later, and now work full-time with the LaRouche organization to bring to people an understanding of the economic system our nation was founded on and why we need to go back to that. So in that regard, I want to thank Lyndon LaRouche and celebrate this 100th birthday of Lyndon LaRouche, and thank you, Lyndon LaRouche, for these fantastic ideas and the courage and leadership you provided to set in motion a restoration throughout the world. Thank you.
I met the LaRouche movement at a time in my life when I was extremely disaffected by the bread-fed scholar. I thought learning should be about trying to figure something out. And what I found myself surrounded by was jumping through hoops to pass a test, achieving grades. It didn't matter when you left school at the end of the term whether anything that you had just gone through actually stayed with you if you got your pat on the back. And for me, that wasn't good enough. So meeting the LaRouche youth movement, reading papers by Lynn, looking at the conjecture of science, art, politics, these ideas were real. The discussions among young people who were similarly interested in these ideas, it was almost like going home to my home planet. And that's quite captivating. And Lynn's movement gives you a way to find your own way in discovering these ideas and using them to transform the shape of human history. I also had the great fortune or opportunity to meet Lynn myself and speak to him one-on-one many times. And I was very struck that he really cared about the individual that he was talking to. He was talking to heads of state. He was writing papers that would change the course of the next 1,000 years of human history. He knew everything. And at the same time, he immensely cared for the person, the individual, right in front of him. So for these reasons and many more, I thank you, Lynn, for your great work, and further commit myself to joining you in that fight. Happy birthday.
This is Senator Bill Owens. I want to let everybody know that during my lifetime, there were several leaders that spoke words of truth that might not have wanted to be heard by many, that knew they were truth. They knew the words were not frivolous and could not be refuted. I am talking about Lyndon LaRouche. LaRouche was a fireball whose words needed to be heard by the masses so we could build a house on the word and it would not fall.
Now let me tell you all the history that I have read, of all of the knowledge of presidents and individuals running for president. I could say honestly to all of us, there was one man who impressed me, that his desire to serve the people honestly, fearlessly, and with courage. No man spoke to me and spent 4 hours with me that traversed the universe the way Lyndon LaRouche did. Let me here declare that what you have just told us is the earmark 1988. My knowledge of politics takes me to the point where, fearful of the future, the Democratic Party is in shambles. There's only one man at the present moment that they are afraid of. Because if you took this man, Lyndon LaRouche, and said to all of those who are aspiring to become president of the United States, none of them fit, and said, gentlemen, stand up against the wall. Tell us what you're going to do for the people, as against the great outline of Lyndon LaRouche. Now I'll tell you something. They'll all stand up all right. But I'll bet you the guys who will grab their hats and get the hell out of there.
This is Tim Rush with the Schiller Institute and the LaRouche Organization with a crew of celebrants of Lyndon LaRouche's 100th birthday in front of the only entrance to the Senate office buildings on Capitol Hill. We are here for LaRouche's centennial. Very few other people are for this or for any other purpose. The hollowed out nature of the American Republic is evident on an almost ghost town around Capitol Hill, and the fact that you cannot get into an office building on Capitol Hill without a previous appointment. You are escorted to the appointment. You cannot just walk in. The people's house as Congress always was known, is no longer operative, and we are here to restore it in the name of Lyndon LaRouche. And happy birthday, Lyndon. We have quite a crew here, and we're going to introduce ourselves one by one with any thoughts on the occasion. We'll start here. If you'll introduce yourself in a few words.
I'm Lenore Sanders. I am from the youth movement in the 1971-72. I just had the honor of seeing our senator. I live in West Virginia, and I saw Senator Manchin. I had called his office once today, a couple of times yesterday. I didn't get very far, and he was a little bit upset that I did not get far. He had two staffers with him who gave me their cards. I gave them my card. I mentioned the Ukrainian hit list. So I hope that I'll be able to meet with him within the next few days.
Very good.
Rick Sanders, we're going after this Ukrainian hit list, and we're celebrating LaRouche. He's going to hunt them for a long, long time until they start behaving.
Good afternoon. My name is Kuna Jofetimi. I'm part of the LaRouche organization based in Maryland. I'm really honored to be here celebrating Lynn's 100th birthday. As they say, ideas never die, and I'm here to make sure that the stain on America's most cherished institution, which is the Congress, should remove this stain by supporting the Nazi hit list. So, as the old Negro spiritual says, we shall overcome. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Joe Billington from Leesburg, Virginia. Our taxpayers are financing global NATO. And global NATO says, you either do what we tell you to do or else we're going to put you on our kill list here. And this is serious business. This thing's got to be shut down, and we're here to try to get our senators to do just that, shut it down. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nancy Tuke from Baltimore, and here to celebrate LaRouche's 100th birthday and to spread his great ideas. And we're going to shut down the CCD so we can join with Russia, China, and India on these ideas. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Richard Burden. I've been with the LaRouche movement since the fall of 2000, and I'm honored to be here to celebrate the 100th birthday of Lyndon LaRouche, whose beautiful soul lives on, and whose beautiful soul we can use to save the United States, bring back the legacy of the American Revolution. Lyndon LaRouche dedicated his life to getting rid of the slanders against the American Revolution and against mankind. And now that the United States has decided to support Ukraine and its Nazi hit list, obviously we have a lot of work to do.
Thank you.
Hi, Chris Schmidt from Maryland. I'm calling on Senators Van Hollen and Cardin in Maryland to immediately act to stop the funding of the Ukrainian CCD hit list. They claim that their support for Ukraine is for democracy. Well, if you're really for democracy, you recognize that there are 140 countries currently taking up various features of Lyndon LaRouche's economics. The land bridge, alternative financing outside of the IMF, right? Fixed exchange rates, building infrastructure. Both China, Russia, and also including India have asked the U.S. to participate in this direction. And instead, we demand that they gang up on each other, against Russia, against China, to impose sanctions. This is just another form of mass murder. So they should give up the ghost on this insanity and, to be actually democratic, join the majority of humanity that's taking up LaRouche's program. Thank you.
Sure, Roger Calvin, and I've been, I learned and knew Lyndon for 50 years, and I'm here in DC right now trying to revise some of the incomplete congressional members to be more complete and follow his programs. So, Lynn, we're still here with you. We're bringing you back to D.C. To get this country going again, and get the world going again. And this may be your 100th anniversary birthday, but you know, you will be living for the next 1,000 years in the actions that we take today.
Thank you. So everybody, let's give a cheer for Lyndon. Happy birthday, Lyndon LaRouche. On your 100th.
On your 100th. Hello, everyone. Hello, Lyndon. Happy 100th birthday. This is Joe Jennings down here in Texas. I hope you can see the Lone Star flapping in the background there. I've been here for over 30 years, but I walked into this movement in Maryland in December of 1976, right before the inauguration of Jimmy Carter. I was convinced to go to a conference in New York, and you scared the heck out of me, and I needed to have the heck scared out of me because it changed my life. Earlier, I had been headed for what I thought was a creative life in the theater. I had been to New York several times, and I was there, Lyndon, in October 17th, 1975, and I was there when Felix Rohatyn and David Rockefeller put their knee to Mayor Abim's spine and forced the city into bankruptcy. What was going on? What was going on? And began to wonder. And when I came back to New York, the trash was piling up on the streets. Hospitals were shutting down, libraries, fires running loose in impoverished areas. What was going on? But I had gotten a glimpse into the Dark Ages future that you had foreseen years before. And the theater scene itself was just a picture of degeneracy, egotism, narcissism. And so, Lyndon, I'm glad you created an avenue for me to get the heck out of that and become truly creative by sparking that Güterfunken in my fellow human beings, which is what we all need to move through the current crisis and beyond. So thanks a lot. Happy birthday, and we intend to give you the gift of a new Bretton Woods. Thank you. Bye.
A gift to Lynn. A gift for you whose soul's already won? Up on truth's wind and beauty's wing, you soar. Sufficient here is not the overdone, allowing not a seeking mind's implore, just what's impressed from you unto what's mine. It's the curvature of your unendedness. You saw the starlight bend as reeds through time, and justly bent our moral arc to this. That power moves the orb and blooms the rose beyond the veil of sense or mortal gasp, awaking from our only known repose to missions, freeing all from empire's grasp. And so, your loving gifts.
All right, we're going to begin. On behalf of the Schiller Institute, we want to welcome everybody here today, to welcome you who are gathered around the United States and in various locations in the world. We have called this day and this memorial occasion the triumph of Lyndon LaRouche. In reality, however, this story is the tale and triumph of two people. On October 12, 1988, over 30 years ago, at Germany's Kempinski Hotel, 1 year before the Berlin Wall would fall, Lyndon LaRouche stated to a baffled press corps, "I can assure you that what I present to you now on the subject of the prospects for the reunification of Germany is a proposal which will be studied most seriously among the relevant establishment circles inside the United States. Under the proper conditions, many today will agree that the time has come for early steps toward the reunification of Germany, with the obvious prospect that Berlin might resume its role as the capital." A little over a year later, on November 9th, 1989, the Berlin Wall would come down. On October 3rd, 1990, Germany would be reunified. Berlin, once again, would become the capital. Within the hours immediately after November 9th, Lyndon LaRouche, then in prison, would begin outlining the policy that the world now calls by various names: the New Silk Road, the Belt and Road Initiative, and the Schiller Institute would travel into the former Warsaw Pact countries and to Russia and China to advocate that idea. The world came to know this idea as a new dialogue of civilizations opposed to what was then called the clash of civilizations. As with the character Florestan in Beethoven's opera Fidelio, LaRouche had dared to speak the truth, and chains, imprisonment, were his reward. And as with Florestan and Fidelio, Helga Sepp LaRouche, the founder and head of the Schiller Institute, through her tireless advancement of the New Silk Road and of what is now called the World Land Bridge, through her embodiment of the dialogue of civilizations, and through her devotion to the poet of freedom, Friedrich Schiller, would lead the successful campaign to free Lyndon LaRouche from jail. Today's triumph of Lyndon LaRouche is possible because of her. It's my honor, as always, to introduce Helga Sepp LaRouche, founder of the Schiller Institute.
This is a unique moment in all our lives, where we assemble here for the memory and honor of our beloved Lynn. Lynn changed the life of most of us in the most profound way. And if we ask ourselves, where would I have been if not for the unbelievable privilege to have met Lynn, the most creative thinker of our times? If one looks around in our society today, so many ill-spent lives, people drowned in material greed, chasing for money, objects, entertainment. Some are very successful, they make lots of money, but their soul since long has been eaten up by more want. Many are not so successful. They can't make ends meet. Lynn opened the door to true humanity for most of us personally. And in countless numbers of discussions he had with people over the long span of his life, he touched the lives of thousands and thousands of people in the United States, in Europe, in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America.
He actually changed the life and touched them in a profound way in most countries of this planet, on 5 continents. Lynn would talk to many groups and individual young people. He would lighten up the fishermen of Peru. He would tell the shoemakers of Italy about shoemaking. He would speak with Italian legislators and legislators around the world. He would teach entrepreneurs about physical economy. He would talk to trade unionists, teachers, scholars, the best musicians of the world. He opened the door to truth and knowledge to many, many people. And many of those said that Lynn knew more about their field of expertise than they, the experts themselves, and that he was able to change the trajectory of their thinking. The existence of Lynn is a miracle. He defied all obstacles to the assertion of his powerful intellect. He felt himself as a young person, an ugly duckling, who would not fit in the banal environment which surrounded him. But when he was a young adult, he already had the inner strength to reject any intellectual corruption. But Lynn added something to that talent. He had, for most people, unimaginable intellectual diligence and rigor. He was truly a truth-seeking person, a universal thinker, who conquered and added something to almost all relevant basic fields of knowledge: the natural sciences, classical music, poetry, history, and the great Norbert Breinin, after 2 days of very intense discussions, said, "This man knows so much more about music than I do." You could say the same thing about Lynn's knowledge of history, the American history, the history of the Soviet Union, of Africa, of European philosophy. And in all of these fields, and I probably forgot half of them, he made unique discoveries and added qualitative breakthroughs in them. Out of all of this universal knowledge, he developed his own science of physical economy. And it was recognized by many outstanding scholars in many countries that his was the most profound economic method in the field of economics as such. Lynn's motivation for his work was and is love for humanity. He was working, when he was working on a project, he would work for 20 hours a day. And he would produce in his best times 60 to 80 pages with footnotes, so that the editorial would have absolutely no work to change anything. He could not stand the idea of suppression of the potential of people, be it that they would live in poverty, like he would not endure the idea of poverty in the developing countries. And he started to hate empire as that form of government which does that to people. But he also would not stand the oppression through erroneous ideas about the laws of the physical universe, because such errors would lead to the self-destruction of cultures and civilizations. I have never seen or heard anybody who was so absolutely focused on the necessary changes of the system of oppression, and so absolutely focused on replacing it with his own vision of a more human and beautiful world. This view enabled him to recognize very early in the 60s the devastating danger of the rock sex counterculture, and look at the United States today in terms of that culture. If Lynn would have been president, and he could have been, because he was on a very good way in the 1984 campaign and the Illinois campaign of '86, this would never have happened. And but for the operation of the neoliberals and neocon establishment, he would have put the world in order. Think about the changes he already started to effect. the development of Latin America through his cooperation with Lopez Portillo, the beautiful idea of overcoming poverty in India through his working with Indira Gandhi on a 40-year development plan for the subcontinent. He was about to overcome the military blocks of NATO and the Warsaw Pact through his conception of the SDI, the idea to end geopolitics and to proceed with the idea of one humanity. Think about what would have happened if his conception of using the science driver effect of the SDI to bring new technologies based on new physical principles to the developing countries, the gigantic technology transfer, making it possible for these countries to leapfrog to the most advanced modes of production. For several decades, the alleviation of poverty in Africa, Asia, and the United States would have happened. You would have universal education of every child already in the second generation and of educated youth in the developing sector. In the United States, you would have a public debate of the issues Lynn raised in his beautiful speech of 1988 in Chicago in the Food for Peace conference, to make the African deserts a lush garden, to produce enough food for the world population. There would be a debate in the United States not about the Games of Thrones, but about the Einstein theory of general relativity and the laws of the universe. He would have musicians discuss the principles of thorough composition in the tradition of the span of composition from Bach to Brahms. He would have caused scientists to have a deep understanding of the principle of life, where they would have found a solution and cure to most illnesses. The creativity per se would be the highest value in society, and all would experience the intellectual joy of a new international renaissance. And we, who worked with Lynn, had the privilege of getting a taste of what it means to live in the world of ideas. If Lynn would have become president, the whole United States and the world, this Renaissance spirit would have become the intellectually hegemonic power. The United States is very fortunate to have such a person with such a beautiful mind and such a prophetic vision. Lynn and I had a meeting once with the Bishop of Rome, and he said, Lynn is a man of providence. And I absolutely agree, because Lynn's life and his life's work is in absolute tune with the intention of creation. It's a tragedy for the people of the United States and the rest of the world that the evil powers of the present were able to derail this effort, at least temporarily. And a breakthrough for all of humanity will be associated with Lynn's ideas. But Lynn's vision of a fully developed world becoming a reality in the form of the World Land Bridge is now happening, of a new form of international relations among nations, of a dialogue of classical cultures replacing confrontation, and of the vision of an international cooperation of colonizing the moon and a joint Mars mission. His enemies, who are the enemies of humanity and the happiness of the people, they prevailed in the short term. But they are already haunted by the Irinis. They may be have been able to cover up their crimes for a short while. But there is this higher power of natural law which will bring their crimes to the light of the day. Lynn, on the contrary, has earned eternal life. His life is in the simultaneity of eternity. His mind and ideas transcend all places and times. Lynn is now in a realm like shown in the school of Athens. He is with Socrates and Plato, with Confucius, Kepler, Leibniz, Bach, Beethoven, Einstein and Vernadsky, and all the best minds of all times and all cultures. You are immortal, beloved Lynn.
It's important to try to capture the excitement that Lyndon LaRouche felt when he ran into people that were trying to do something good. Such was an occasion in 2003 when he was invited to give a presentation in Queens to a Pakistani educational and service organization. Lynn was running for president, as he usually did, but this audience had never heard a presidential candidate like this.
Friends, if you look around the world today, you have two pictures. One, a fearful one, a spread of war, threat of war, terror. On the other hand, in Asia in particular, Eurasia in general, there's a new movement, new cooperation among the nations of Asia, steps toward cooperation. Pakistan, India, China, Southeast Asia, Iran, nations of Central Asia, Russia, moving toward Europe. The world is in a great crisis, great economic crisis. The financial system is in danger of collapse and will collapse, but we can fix that. Governments have the power to fix those kinds of problems, and life will go on. The problem is, above all, is the mind of the people of the world. And is the case of Pakistan, as you have emphasized with your program, the supportive education program. The problem is, look at the faces of the poor of the world. Not only Pakistan, but the poor of India, the poor of Southeast Asia. And you look in the eyes of poverty, or poverty in Africa. What do you see? You see a mind which is the human mind, which is capable of doing everything every other human mind can do in general. But you see that the lack of education, the lack of hope, the lack of connection is like a prison. It's not only a prison in denying them the knowledge they need to have the skills to produce, but it's a psychological prison, a spiritual prison. They don't know the world in which they live. The world in which they live in the large is a stranger. It's a frightening stranger. And so therefore, when it comes to the kind of project with which you are concerned here tonight, the project of education for the poor, especially of Pakistan, who otherwise would not have the education that you're working to provide for them, we think that the spiritual goal is almost as important, or maybe more important, than the economic goal. How are we going to save Pakistan from the things that frighten it? It's largely poverty. Since the split off of Bangladesh, Pakistan has been a poor country, lacking independent resources as the type it had before. The people become poor. They become poorer. I recall the case, I was involved in the case of Prime Minister Bhutto. Prime Minister Bhutto was involved in the affair that I was pushing in Colombo, Sri Lanka in 1975. We had a meeting of the Non-Aligned Nations Group who resolved on a just new world economic order. And every one of the leaders who participated in a leading role in Asia were either killed, as Mr. Bhutto was killed, or they were put out of office, as Mrs. Bandanayake of Sri Lanka, as Mrs. Gandhi of India, and so forth. The project failed, but the desire for a just new world economic order persists today and is more alive in a sense than ever before, with a new spirit of cooperation in Asia. So the problem we face is giving the poor, who are many in Asia, giving them a sense of economic opportunity, a sense of peace because they have something to fight for, peace to have the opportunity to lead distant lives, not to waste their lives in war, in conflicts of that nature. Without this, without education, they can't do it. They cannot participate. We will leave the poor of the world still poor. For example, in the history of mankind until modern times, the fate of man was a very bad one. A few people who ruled hunted some people down as wild animals and killed them or captured them. Other men they herded as we herd cattle. And they were not allowed to rise much above the status of cattle. Their humanity was denied them. We still around the world today have poor who are being denied humanity. They're being denied the knowledge to elevate themselves above the level of virtual human cattle, who are sometimes cared for well, sometimes not. But in a sense, they go into the fields, they go into the stall, they are milked, they work as animals do. And the function of education is both to provide the individual with the ability to participate efficiently in society, but also to realize their potential as a human being. The other aspect of it, which is important as I see it around the world today, is pessimism. In the United States, there is great pessimism. There's a fiction of pessimism in politics. What we sometimes call corruption in politics, and it is corruption, is a fruit of pessimism. People say you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. You can't change the way things are going. You can't improve the political system. You can't solve the problems. You've got to learn to live with the problems. Pessimism. And pessimism leads to corruption. And around the world, the same problem. Pessimism. Pessimism in Africa, especially in black Africa. Pessimism in Europe. Pessimism in Eastern Europe. And less so in China. China's more confident. But fear in Korea. Fear what might happen. Fear in Japan. So the most important thing, in my view, in my experience, in leadership is optimism. Not arbitrary optimism, not false optimism, but knowledgeable optimism. The knowledge that we can, if we will, can do the things that have to be done. And optimism sometimes comes as a result of education. When a child relives some of the great inventions and discoveries of the past, or learns more about the world, the child becomes optimistic in the sense that people before him or her were able to do something. And they get a sense, if I know, I can do something. I remember when I was a child, growing up later, when young children would be brought into a family circle, what would the older people ask the child? What are you going to do when you grow up? And the child in my time would often have a very clear image. I'm going to do this. Why are you going to do that? What's your purpose? The child would have a sense of what they were going to do. They were optimistic. I know that in the period of World War II, when the United States had gone through a great period of pessimism in the 1920s and early 1930s, we began to come out of that pessimism during the period of the 1930s and the war. We were able to meet the challenge of war and the challenge of the hope of peace, which Roosevelt represented, because there was optimism in the people. I saw things happen in wartime, under wartime conditions, which expressed optimism. People would do what they thought was impossible because they were optimistic. And the function, I think, of education, especially the education in poor countries, is to give the child the basis for belief in optimism, for the belief that we can do things, that the belief that by cooperating we can make things different, we can change things for the better. And that's what I look for. I'm privileged now because of my work internationally in dealing with countries in South Asia, Southeast Asia, East Asia, Europe, elsewhere. I see that there's the possibility of optimism. But then I see, when I look at the poor countries, such as Pakistan and India, which have many poor, even though many are not poor, but many poor, I think what will happen to the effort to build peace in this part of the world, if we leave the mass of the population, the majority of the population, ignorant and poor, with a sense of hopelessness that can become a disease that can destroy all our wonderful aspirations. So I must say briefly, that to be as brief as possible, I can say much more about many things, and maybe you would like to ask me about some of these things later tonight. That this is a very worthy cause. It's a small part of what is needed. But sometimes we set an example by a small effort and hope that others will be inspired by what is accomplished by the small effort, and hope that therefore that example will inspire others to do more. And I shall go on as I will. If you ask me about it later tonight, I'll tell you what I'm going to do about this situation. I'm confident that the United States can change. It can change from what it is now. It can change quickly. What we're doing now is wrong, but it can change. It doesn't have to go on like this. And I'm determined to bring that change about. And being an older man, I have nothing to fear. And therefore, I can go ahead and do it. I'll try to do it at least. But I think one should not be pessimistic. I know what goes on in the United States. I know the persecution of so-called minority groups. I know the persecution of Islamic populations, of people from Islamic backgrounds. This is a melting pot country. We have everybody in this country. This is not a country of Anglo-Saxons. It's a melting pot nation from all parts of the world: Chinese, Koreans, Mexican-Americans, Spanish-speaking Americans of all kinds, all branches of Europe, Turkey, the Middle East, Egypt. They're all here. This is a melting pot country in which the richness of the country is the fact that we're a melting pot country. We live together, and by living together with cultures and different backgrounds, we have an understanding of what peace means. It means we're united by a common purpose to create a society and a world that works in a certain way. I'm convinced we can do it. And I'm convinced that you should be optimistic too with me. I think we can change this. I'm determined to change it. I think we can succeed. And what you're doing in this cause for youth, for the young people in Pakistan, is just one more of those things, those good things that is done, which make the world a better place to live in. Thank you.
If the trumpet should give an uncertain sound, who shall prepare himself to the battle? What is the music by means of which truth is conveyed? To whom is it given to speak the truth boldly and plainly, without artifice, but with art? What is the art of telling the truth? In a 1994 speech at Howard University, Lyndon LaRouche said, "Music, I should say, is a serious business. It's an essential part of language." Hold for a minute. It's an essential part of language. It's an essential part of developing the moral and intellectual capabilities of those who participate in it. The soul of an idea is not contained in its words, which are only at best its shadow. Truth has a music which is not swallowed up in mere sound. The poet John Keats stated, "Heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweeter." Why? The poet Edgar Poe speaks about unthought-like thoughts, which are the souls of thought. The poet uses words to point away from themselves in order to point us away from the shadow of ourselves. We are a single, indivisible humanity in which our immortality resides. Our individual lives, while mortal, are the necessary instrument of human creativity. But immortality is also a choice. Lyndon LaRouche warned us about that many times. Whole societies often choose extinction over immortality. For Hamlet, immortality was the undiscovered land from which no traveler returns. For Mozart, immortality was a land where all the voices, the instruments, the notes, and the intervals of his symphonies were heard simultaneously. That was how he heard music, in a simultaneity that could only be experienced in a timeless time. Immortality was neither an intimation nor an aspiration for Mozart, or Bach, or Beethoven. It was a daily practice, a very serious business. If the greatest work of art would be the creation of true political freedom, the voice of that artist must indeed sound a certain trumpet. Many speak, but few sing. Lyndon LaRouche was a singer whose chosen instrument was the mind of his audience and whose economy of thought could awaken the Lazarus of the American Revolution, whom its enemies proclaimed to be dead, though, as LaRouche knew, it merely sleeps. Though his proposals were often defeated, the objective, justice, including economic justice for all people that LaRouche had espoused, that Schiller and Beethoven had famously expressed in their Ninth Symphony, the desire that all men shall be brothers, that was the spark that drove him. As Schiller wrote in the play Don Carlos, a purpose that higher reason has conceived, which men's afflictions urge, 10,000 times defeated, may never be abandoned.
seeking for a city. Hallelujah. I am seeking for a city. Hallelujah. For a city into the kingdom. Hallelujah. For a city into the kingdom. Hallelujah. Oh Lord, don't fear, don't waste time, children of glory. Hallelujah. For I hope to shout glory when this world is on fire. Children, oh glory. Hallelujah. There's a better day coming. Hallelujah. There's a better day coming. Hallelujah. We'll leave this world of sorrow. Hallelujah. To join that holy number. Hallelujah. Oh Lord, don't fear, don't waste time, children. Oh glory, hallelujah. For I hope to shout glory when this world is on fire. Children, oh glory, hallelujah. Oh Lord, don't fear, don't waste time, children. Oh glory, hallelujah. For I hope to shout glory when this world is on fire. Children, oh glory, hallelujah.
One of the things which was most delicious was we stopped in Leipzig, and I had a very unusual experience in the sense of participating for several hours in auditing the rehearsal of the Thomaner Corps in Leipzig. And then the next evening, at the evening Vesper service, hearing the performance of the complete repertoire for that week at the service and being able to compare what had been gone through with the rehearsal and what was heard in the evening. Now, let me just qualify for those who may not know it. Some of you here do know this. The Thomas Cathedral Choir is a separate school, has been in existence since the year AD 1212. It has, according to all reputation, an unbroken singing program that it would sing every week on Friday evening at Vesper service. And that's been going on since AD 1212. The nearest thing they had to a break was in the middle of the Black Death in the middle of the 14th century, at which point they were down to 3 boys because the Black Death was killing off the singers, but they still sang. So the word is that that they've sung for almost 800 years. Now, the discipline is tremendous. The cantor who is conducting the performance is himself a product of the school, and was a very trained musician, about 40 years of age, but a full bearer of the tradition. Let me just identify the tradition, and then I'll come back to in due course how it bears on here. Every week, these boys, who range from 7 to about 18, that is, it's a secondary school program, they are chosen for their voice and their musicality. But they're given a full gymnasium education, like a secondary school, from that time until they complete graduation. Their musical work is done as a part of the total program of studies. Each week, from the beginning of the week until Friday, 4 days a week, normally, except this particular week where they only had 3 days because of a holiday. 4 days or 3 days a week in this case. They start from scratch with a completely new repertoire for that week's Friday evening Vesper service. They learn from scratch. They then perform on Friday, and the following week take up a complete new program. So in about 3 years or so, they've gone through pretty much the entire Bach motet and cantata repertoire. And they won't forget it, I assure you. They never will forget it. I saw the performance. Not only are they well trained, but this particular discipline is very important. I've seen perhaps not as many rehearsals as some of you have seen, but I've seen a number. And I can tell you the density in the rehearsal, the density of direction was about as intense as I've ever seen. But the boys were responsive and trained and able to do it. During the 3-hour rehearsal, there was a break of about 15 minutes, in which these very serious, intent young boys and older boys, sitting in their chairs, cross-legged otherwise, but nonetheless singing and very intent in the most professional manner, suddenly turned into boys, fresh boys. And they raced out of the area into the yard, played soccer, then came back in as fresh as they had left, and sat down sedately, or as sedately as boys can do, in their chairs, and they concentrated totally on what they were doing. So it was total concentration and total training and a masterful direction. Now, the particular work, which was the featured work of the Friday program, which they were rehearsing this Thursday morning when we were in there, Thursday noontime, was Jesu meine Freude, which is one of the most difficult motets to perform adequately, not to perform it, but to perform it adequately in the motet repertoire. It has challenges in there which are rather astonishing. The boys were learning it. The direction was intense. The management of the direction was intense. Nothing passed. Everything was corrected. Diction, approaches, everything was involved. The following evening, I missed the intervening rehearsal, which was done as the dress rehearsal in the morning on Friday. But we were at the evening rehearsal, and I tell you, one of the few times in recent years hearing a musical performance, the tears came spontaneously flowing out of my eyes. Couldn't hold them back. The performance was magnificent. Everything that they had been taught, that they had rehearsed, every correction came through in the performance. And better, of course, much better. The boys came in intent. There are about 80 of them. 2 groups, the young boys who were the pre-voice change and the young men who were the older after voice change. They came in with a counter behind, every one of them fully concentrated as a musical performer, prepared to perform. And that moment of total concentration that's required before you've got the idea of your composition in your head, before you start to perform. They came marching in with that idea in their head, a full program. They performed with precision, with shaping of tone. They sang not on the notes, but they sang between the notes. They knew how to do that. They were trained for that. It's the most remarkable performance of Jesu meine Freude I've ever heard. And it was more remarkable because I had experienced the part of the process of its production in the sense of participating in the rehearsal. And therefore, as you know, you have a much keener sense of the composition when you've lived through the rehearsal. And you're sweating as to how it's going to come out in the final, actually, outflowing the performance.
Wir aber seid nicht Fleisch, nicht sondern Geist. Seid nicht Fleisch, nicht sondern Geist. Nicht mehr aber seid, nicht Fleisch, nicht sondern Geist. Nicht sondern Geist. Seid nicht Fleisch, nicht sondern Geist. Sondern
I'll just let our crew know that we are now officially at the end of the intermission. Corrupting the morals of the youth of Athens. That's what Socrates was charged with by his Athenian enemies on behalf of a Persian empire which feared Socrates above all men. The International Philosophical Association, formed by LaRouche 50 years ago, was composed entirely of youth, thrown up by the tumult of 1963 to 1968, and it was forged in post-assassination America, the assassination of JFK, Bobby Kennedy, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. And that association was dedicated to reversing the cultural as well as political defeats of those times. LaRouche was not praised for this, but rather feared and sometimes hated by powerful figures. Despite this, he was joined by youth from the United States, Europe, South and Central America, Asia, Africa, and throughout the world. 30 years later, LaRouche would repeat this initiative, forming what became known as the LaRouche Youth Movement. And in between, he would achieve success in his chosen mission, but would also pay a high price for this success. He would be railroaded, but he would not be silenced. Socrates, the man in whom conscience, consciousness, and inclination were all one thing, was placed on trial in an unjust proceeding, convicted by the Democratic Party of Athens, and sentenced to death. LaRouche would outlive his de facto death sentence, but would not be exonerated despite eloquent objections to this injustice from around the world.
Sometime about December of 1981, a representative of the U.S. government approached me and had asked me if I would be willing to set up an exploratory back-channel discussion with the Soviet government, because the Soviet government wanted, according to them, an additional channel to discuss things. And I said didn't reject the idea. I said, but I have an idea on this question of nuclear missile. It was becoming increasingly dangerous, forward basing, more precise missiles, electromagnetic pulse. We're getting toward a first strike. It would be very useful to discuss what I proposed in my 1980 election campaign with the Soviet government to see if they'd be interested in discussing such a proposal. This might prove a profitable exploratory discussion. And so from February of 1983, or 82 through February 1982, I did conduct such back-channel discussions with representatives of the Soviet government in Washington, D.C. Those were somewhat fruitful, but ultimately abortive. Kissinger and others became aware of this discussion during the summer of 1982, and their circles were very much opposed to that. The general view was expressed, but that I was getting too big for my britches, and I had to be dealt with. On the question of debt, which some of these people were concerned about, and on this question of strategic missile defense.
This is the most incredible piece of FBI material, one of the most incredible pieces of FBI material that I've ever seen. And CPUSA. We're Communist Party. I'm going to get it. That's the Communist Party of the United States. What this suggests is that the Communist Party has let the FBI know that they want to eliminate Lyndon LaRouche for their political reasons. They consider him to be a politically dangerous person, and the Communist Party wants to eliminate him. If you look at the bottom, New York proposes submitting a blind memorandum to the Daily World to foster these efforts. Here's the FBI climbing in bed with the Communist Party in order to effect the elimination of Lyndon LaRouche from the political scene. I think we all know what that means.
But in what was complex and pervasive utilization of law enforcement, prosecution, media, and non-governmental organizations focused on destroying an enemy. This case must be number one. There are some where the government itself may have done more and more wrongfully over a period of time. But the very networking and combination of federal, state, and local agencies, of executive and even some legislative and judicial branches, of major media and minor local media, and of influential lobbyist types, the ADL preeminently. This case takes the prize.
Henry Kissinger, who we all know by name and some probably remember by reputation and actions, was a very powerful man. Mr. LaRouche took exception with his policies, which he considered to be genocidal, got into a serious row with Mr. Kissinger. And Mr. Kissinger writes to William Webster, the director of the FBI. Here is, within the short period thereafter, Buck Revell, who was the head of counterintelligence for the FBI at the time, is sent this memorandum by William Webster, who was contacted by David Abshire of PIFIAB. That's the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board. And these same parties, Henry Kissinger and his colleagues, are now raising before PIFIAB the question as to whether LaRouche, because he seems to have funding from sources that they don't understand, is possibly operating as a foreign intelligence agent, and they want them to look into this. Now, what that does, and the words are bad enough, but the reality is terrifying. This triggers Executive Order 12333, which allows virtually any form of conduct, any activity, to be undertaken as long as it's under this national security cover. So this was the beginning of a national security covered operation against Mr. LaRouche and his colleagues.
The purpose can only be seen as destroying. It's more than a political movement. It's more than a political figure. It is those two. But it's a fertile engine of ideas. A common purpose of thinking and studying and analyzing to solve problems regardless of the impact on the status quo or on vested interests. It was a deliberate purpose to destroy that at any cost.
The most important in history is ideas, especially those ideas which move mankind forward, which are ideas which make the life of generations to come more human. And you can see it in those states which are governed by racism, like I saw it just in Alabama, where I thought Selma would be full of monuments for Martin Luther King, and I mean, I was really totally shocked to see that the opposite was true. You see, when the absence of ideas is the case, like the absence of civil rights, the absence of human rights, how much misery that does to the people. So, you know, for me, the biggest crime, what happened to my husband, is not that he was innocently in jail. And, you know, I'm not saying it was not a hard time, because it was. And, you know, I mean, I can only say that, you know, people should feel the heart pain of what also Patricia Morris expressed, that, you know, this is done to real human beings. It's not just some figures and statistics. People suffer. Their whole lives are being destroyed. But the lack of the ability to have important ideas govern history, that is the biggest crime. I'm saying this because, you know, to put a man of great ideas into jail is a crime all by itself because of the ideas. The reason why we were able to mobilize hundreds of parliamentarians and thousands of VIPs from around the globe, why would people from Africa sign the parole request for Lyndon LaRouche? Why would people from Latin America do this? Why would people from around the world, from Russia, why would people come out of completely different cultural worlds to fight for this man? Well, because we not only said this man must be free and his innocence must be proven, but many of them told me and others that they understand that the kind of change in global policy my husband is standing for, the kind of just new world economic order which allows the economic development of Africa, which allows the economic development of the developing countries of Eastern Europe, they say is the only hope for them, for their nation, as far away as it may be.
twinkling down, and he never said a mumbling word, no, not a word, not a word, not a word. He hung his head and died, and he never said a mumbling word. He hung his head and died, and he never said a mumbling word, no, not a word, not a word, not a word.
Like the case just of Martin Luther King. Now, I never personally met Martin Luther King, but I watched him closely. And I know something about Martin Luther King from people who knew him and his circumstances. And here's a man who was a good man, he's a preacher, Baptist preacher, I don't know, they run to this way and that way. But one day somebody appointed him, nominated him to be a leader of the civil rights movement, out of a crowd, so to speak. He took the job as an appointee, like a federal appointee, only this was a civil rights movement. He went from crisis to crisis in a few years from the time that he received that appointment until he went to his death, knowing he was facing death. And in that period of time, he made a number of public speeches of great power and pith. Each of those speeches corresponded to a point of crisis in the history of the civil rights movement. And I saw on television, and I read in the recorded speeches, I read a man who had gone into private, into his own Gethsemane, probably inspired by reading the New Testament, and said, I will drink of this cup. And he came out with an idea, with a lot of people swarming around him. But he came out with the idea, and he presented a concept which took a whole people who were looking to him in the civil rights movement, and he ennobled them. He said, you're not fighting for African-American rights, you're fighting for everybody's rights. You're fighting to make the Constitution real. And it was a new idea, a different idea. And as he did with his mountain speech that he gave just before he went, again, a man who had walked into Gethsemane and said, yes, Lord, I will drink of this cup as my Savior before me. And he went out and he drank of the cup, and he inspired people.
Martin Luther King once remarked, you may be 38 years old, as I happen to be, and one day some great opportunity stands before you and calls you to stand up for some great principle, some great issue, some great cause. And you refuse to do it because you are afraid. You refuse to do it because you want to live longer. You're afraid that you will lose your job, or you are afraid that you will be criticized, or that you will lose your popularity, or you're afraid that somebody will stab you or shoot at you or bomb your house. So you refuse to take the stand. Well, you may go on and live until you are 90, but you're just as dead at 38 as you would be at 90. And the cessation of breathing in your life is but the belated announcement of an earlier death of the spirit. On April 3rd, 1968, as Mr. LaRouche noted, King gave what became his certainly second best known speech, in which he spoke about the idea of having been to the mountaintop, that like anybody, he would like to live a long life, that longevity had its place, but he just wanted to do God's will, and that he has allowed me to go up to the mountain, and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. And so I'm not worried tonight. I'm not fearing any man. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. Many who've never read the speech or heard the speech in its entirety don't know that at the beginning of that speech he points out that if I were seated by the Almighty with a general panoramic view of history, and he asked me, Martin Luther King, in which age would you like to live? He talks about Rome, Greece, Egypt. He says, strangely enough, I would turn to the Almighty and say, if you would allow me to live just a few years in the 20th century, I would be happy. And he says, that's a strange statement to make, because the world is all messed up. There's trouble all over the land. There's darkness everywhere. But I know that sometimes when it's darkest is when you can best see the stars.
My primary concern is with ideas. Now, very few people these days really could define what an idea is. Let me give you a definition, and let me relate that back to musical ideas. There's a very simple example of an idea which comes out of Egyptian history, it's actually Greek history, of a measurement or an estimated measurement of the circumference of the earth from pole to pole by Eratosthenes, a member of the Plato Academy, long after Plato had died, who went to Egypt, became the secretary or the librarian of the Alexandria Library, who was responsible for a number of important discoveries in early Greek science and mathematics. And he measured the circumference of the earth through the poles by taking two positions and using a hemispherical sundial in order to capture the angle of the sun cast by a sundial at noontime precisely at different points in Egypt, one north of one in the area of Aswan, the other in Alexandria. And by comparing the angles, the difference in the angles of the sundial on that particular day, by a very simple method of geometry of similar constructions, he estimated the angle from the center of the earth formed by these 2 points on the meridian. And having walked, or having people the distance from Aswan to Alexandria, the point in Alexandria, and knowing the length of that arc, he thus projected that to determine what would be the circumference of the earth, and came out with an estimate of a circular circumference, which is only 50 miles off approximately in terms of the diameter of the earth. The importance of this particular experiment to me is that he made this measurement with that degree of accuracy, with nothing more than those crude instruments, 2,200 years approximately before the first human being saw the curvature of the earth. That is, he measured something 2,200 years before anybody saw it, which is not bad. The measurement involves not a measuring of something you can see, but measuring the error in what you see. Now, this is very much like what happens in music, of course. Some people sing the notes. Some people sing between the notes. Because the two notes don't mean anything. It's the interval that means everything. And what that interval means is everything. That in particular in the area which I'm most interested, the discovery of a method of composition, or improved method of composition, by Mozart, who applied an idea, a discovery by Haydn, to the later work of Bach, and developed a method called motivic thorough composition, which is a characteristic of the classical repertoire from about 1782 through the death of Brahms. This method rests upon the ability to perfect the idea of a composition so that as you prepare yourself to perform it, the idea of the composition, which exists in a kind of timeless sense, the idea of the composition begins with the first note and ends with the last note, and it's there all the time. It governs the way each note and each interval is performed. Complete concentration. And this is a perfection of that idea of music, to make a composition represent clearly and consistently and coherently a single idea. Just as an example, Eratosthenes reduced the difference between 2 points on the meridian to a single idea, which is the idea of the circumference of the earth and its measurability, before anybody saw it.
We are skipping our intermission. And as soon as the accompanist gets her music, we will resume. I don't see that there's a reason to be that formal at this point in the program. Okay. For those of you who were never at a LaRouche conference, we've now just had a LaRouche conference moment.
Music, I should say, is a very serious business. It is done sometimes in a playful spirit, but it's a very serious business. It's a scientific business. It's not something that goes on the side or simply recreation. It's an essential part of language. It's an essential part of developing the moral and intellectual capabilities of those who participate in it. Man is God's creature in the universe for a mission which we do not know fully, but we know we have to go in a certain direction. And so we should go happily in that direction. And we are able to do so because unlike any other living creature, we have the creative power of reason to change ourselves for the better, to increase our mastery of nature, and to solve the problems that face man with the creatively directed efforts. Now, this occurs normally. We have scientists in laboratories who discover things. They go to the laboratory, they make a proof of principle experiment. When they perfect the experiment, you take it to the machine tool shop and you develop a machine tool principle. And if in the meantime you've educated your population, people can go to work and use a machine which involves that machine tool principle, and we increase the productive powers of labor, and thus man is able to better his condition.
A great man's deeds continue to work upon other men's lives through the ages. For the good a virtuous man can do cannot be done within the span of one man's lifetime. So lives he on beyond his death and works as truly as in life. The virtuous deed, the well-spoken word, fight on, immortal, as he, a mortal, fought. So livest thou too, through measureless time. That idea is the idea that Lyndon LaRouche lived by, lived for. The final line of this poem, dedicated to the composer Ludwig Beethoven. Rejoice in thy eternity. To conclude today's process, we have several things, several pieces of music, and we are passing one of them out to everyone in the audience at the moment. But in terms of the final words we'd like to say today, it's my honor once again to introduce Auguste LaRouche.
I want to give you a quote which William Warfield gave as a contribution to the Festschrift for Lynn's 80th birthday in 2002. Yes, the great Johannes Brahms' Vier ernste Gesänge has been for me as well his last will and testament. My friend, what can be better than now there remains faith, hope, and love. These three, but the greatest of them all, of these three, is love. Liebe, die Liebe, is the greatest of it all. Lynn, we love you so very much, who you have loved mankind so in such a way, that we make the sacred commitment to carry out and realize your vision, to contribute with all our potential to make the world a better place. You are with us, and we are with you forever. And I say to you what your last words were to me. Ich liebe dich.
Geist ein Sübe sie taut, und flüstert von Wehmut und Liebeshauch.
But then I'm going to die. Like all people, I will die. I'm now at an age where I'm riper for that harvest than I was younger. Therefore, the challenge then becomes the transition from you as an emerging leader in society and my role in continuing that and in pushing you and other people like you to make this kind of creative surge forward, and I will pass on. Now, two things happen. First of all, if these creative principles, which have been developed by earlier generations, are realized in the future, that means that mankind is an immortal species. We are not personally immortal. But to the extent that we're creative, we're an immortal species. And the ideas that we contribute to society are permanent contributions to the human society. We are therefore an immortal species based on mortal beings. And the key thing in life is to grasp that connection. To say that we are creative and die doesn't tell us the story. If we, in our own lives, who are about to die, can contribute something that is permanent, which will outlive our death and be a benefit to mankind in future times, we have achieved the purpose of immortality.
We concluded with a moment of silence, but we will not be silent as long as Lyndon LaRouche is not exonerated. And I don't think we will be silent as long as the cause for which he fought must be won. On behalf of the Schiller Institute, I want to thank everybody for joining us here today. This concludes our memorial service, the triumph of Lyndon LaRouche.